safe but feeling like -13. It's 2 o'clock.
Number one for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Here are Steve Roberts and Sarah Parrott.
Good afternoon. This is Friday, the 8th of January.
And in for Sarah, I'm Irene Franklin. Here's what's making news this hour.
Ringing the alarm bells at Queen's Park as COVID cases top 4,200.
We're in a desperate situation.
News alert the Fort Cabinet is meeting discussing potentially new lockdown measures.
It's the lifeline as we look toward an end to the COVID-19 pandemic. But the province says Ontario will soon run out of vaccines if more don't arrive soon, with some GTA hospitals already out of shots.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau makes a strong statement about the storming of Capitol Hill this week, calling it an assault on democracy incited by President Donald Trump.
Somber remembrances across the country today, marking the one-year anniversary of Ukrainian air flight being shot down over Iran, killing more than 100 people and at least 55 Canadians.
Dodgers great Tommy Lasorda passes at 93. Kirkland still not fit to play for the Leafs. Sports at 15.
A mixed picture on May and Wall Street, but we have seen all-time highs. Jobs data disappoints on both sides of the border and layoffs at WestJet. Business at 26. 680 News Time, 12:01.
All right, now time for traffic and weather together on the ones. And happy Friday, Carrie Prunskis.
Happy Friday and good afternoon. This is the kind of traffic report you want to hear. No problems on the major routes right now, and I'm not really seeing any delays either. We just had some construction on the 407 westbound. West of Huron, Ontario, the two right lanes are closed. So the Huron, Ontario ramps 2 to westbound 407, they are also shut down. This is for some bridge repairs going on there.
So they said
No access to the westbound 407 for north or southbound Huron, Ontario. And then be careful if you're taking the westbound 407 ramp to Mississauga Road. The right lane of that ramp is closed for snow removal. No lane restrictions that I'm seeing on the 401 in either direction. Parkway and the Gardner.
this is just fine. They said
We
it's
do have some long-term construction downtown on Bay and on Young. Both those routes between Lakeshore and Front are reduced to a single lane, and that's a long-term construction project. Your next traffic report is at 12:11. Now for the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi. A sun cloud
said
mix
the Prime
today,
Minister would be
guaranteed high
talking
of
any minute.
-3. We'll have just a
30
few
minutes
clouds
ago.
overnight as we fall to lows near -6. When you factor in the wind chill overnight tonight, it's going to feel more like -12. Enjoy that sunshine on your Friday. Your guaranteed high -3.
Oh, I didn't get the,
Right now, downtown, -6, feeling like -11. Sunny at Pearson, -7, with a wind chill of -12. 680 News Time, 12:03.
Desperate times. That's what Premier Doug Ford is now calling the situation in this province as the number of COVID cases continue to push higher even again. This time, 4,261 new COVID cases in this province.
Here is the winter weather message from the National Weather Service.
Are actually
For
from
the following
2 days
counties.
ago because of a delay in data from Toronto Public Health.
680's Richard Southern joins us live from Queen's Park with more on the Premier's passionate plea. Richard.
We'll overspread the warning area this morning.
Irene, and it appears that
No.
further lockdown
Simulations of
could
2 to 3 inches are
on the
expected
way.
with locally higher amounts
Case
possible.
count soaring above
Where the
4,200.
northwest
They've
Piedmont,
got sources
including the
saying
Triangle,
that the Premier is meeting with his cabinet at this very
plan
hour
on slippery
to talk
road
about the
conditions.
potential of new
The hazardous conditions could impact both the morning and evening views in all detail.
He says the new modeling
Those
data that
temperatures in the upper 20s Saturday morning could result in a continuation of slick and icy road conditions.
Because
If you must travel,
this is
you
the
can extra
this is the most
food
serious
and water
situation
in your vehicle in case of an emergency.
ever
Police
since the beginning of this
dispatch.
pandemic.
the Premier says new modeling data is coming out on Tuesday.
We're in a
Here
desperate
is the winter weather
situation.
synopsis.
And when you see the
An area of low pressure will continue to strengthen and move northeast along the coast of the Carolinas.
That's how fast everything here is supposed to work. So none of this
So we'll return to the region over the weekend.
Andrea Hornath is asking for.
I don't want to wait till Tuesday to fall off my chair when I learn about what the modeling shows.
Weather advisory in effect until 1 a.m.
If there's
Saturday.
information that'll, have people's jaws dropping and falling off their chairs, then Ontarians deserve that information now.
The 680 News inquired with the Premier's office about why the data isn't coming out today. They say the doctors need a few more days of data. As far as what the type of new lockdown measures we could be looking at, Dr. Yaffe signaled they could be similar to what we had in the spring. She also said they could mirror what we've seen in other provinces. Reporting live.
He doesn't see why this should apply to them.
Now look also today, the province
You should have
confirming
to
that we are
prove
running out
somehow
of vaccines
that all these
quickly,
cases
saying that
are
we
coming
could
from
be out
there
of the
before they
Pfizer
have
shot
to
by
follow
the
the
end of
rules.
next week. Now 6 Cities Leah Johansson on that part of the story for us, joining us live now with some of those details.
Yeah, that's right. The province urgently calling for more COVID-19 vaccines, saying appointments will be needed to be cancelled if more don't reach Ontario quick. The Premier says all of Ontario will be out of the Pfizer shot by the end of next week, but says the Prime Minister is working hard to secure more doses.
It's not like they have a couple million doses sitting in a freezer up in Ottawa, by no means.
Now he doubled down on calls to Health Canada
Why
to get
is that,
moving
Dougie?
on giving the green light to more vaccine
Well,
options.
I want
We're
to
just
hear
waiting
you.
for the vaccines. We're in desperate need, so Health Canada, please approve AstraZeneca, and that will help us out
You
tremendously.
got the
The
people
University Health
begging
Network
for
says
the
they will
shots.
exhaust their
Wow.
supply today, saying they are in urgent
There's
need of
prophecies
more,
about
with
that.
3,000 vaccination appointments currently booked at the hospital per day tomorrow through Monday. This comes as Health Canada says there have been no reports of any unexpected side effects in patients thus far, with around 230,000 Canadians receiving either the Pfizer or Moderna shot. Reporting live, I'm Leah Johansson.
680 News Time, 12:06. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has made his strongest statement yet on the storming of Capitol Hill in Washington, pointing the finger of blame squarely at President Donald Trump and his political team. 680's Cormac McSweeney has the latest.
Just moments ago at his home of Rideau Cottage, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau began his COVID-19 update addressing the
home of
developments that we
Rideau
saw in
Hold
Washington
on.
earlier this
That's
week.
the back
Not
house.
mincing words about what happened.
What we witnessed was an assault
It's like having
on
a nice house
democracy
in the Hollywood
by
Hills.
violent
You live in the coach
rioters
house.
incited by the current president and other politicians.
It's important to note the Prime Minister did not mention Donald Trump by name. Trudeau says, we've seen democracy is resilient and violence and extremists will not succeed in overruling the will of the people. Trudeau says democracy takes a lot of work, and he spoke about this with the premiers, noting that in Canada, we can't take that for granted.
Yeah,
What
his house has been
stronger
renovated
statement
twice.
from world
Parliament Hill
leaders yet
shooting.
on the developments in Washington. Through the Trump presidency, Trudeau has often tried to walk a very fine line with his criticisms of the president, but it appears the gloves are now off. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
Today is the 1-year anniversary of Iran shooting down a plane full of people, dozens of which were Canadians. Now, 6 Cities' Momin Qureshi is on the story for us. Joining us live now with Momin on how they are being remembered today.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. A very solemn anniversary. A lot of Canadian families hurting today, remembering their loved ones. There is actually an online vigil happening right now. They're looking at a slideshow is happening right now showing the faces and families of many of the victims. We know that over 100 people on that flight had connections to Canada. There was at least 57 Canadians who were killed in that crash. I'm looking at smiling faces. You're seeing people on their wedding days, people with their families, people with their accomplishments. So many of them were PhD students or PhD candidates. It's one of many vigils that will be held today. Throughout the day, there's another one in downtown Toronto at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Reporting live, I'm Momin Qureshi.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. It's a big weekend for football fans. Our Simon Bennett has more.
No matter how big you are.
The Bills had a great regular season and they're ready to go. The viral video of yesterday, the team dancing at MC Hammer at practice. By the way, no one plays this song anymore. The Bills host the Colts to open action tomorrow. 6 games this weekend thanks to the expanded wildcard format, including Bears Saints to be broadcast in the U.S. on Nickelodeon. Promos for this include slime, funny graphics, and lots of SpongeBob. They should have the Bears wear bows in their helmets like JoJo Siwa. 3 games tomorrow, 3 games Sunday. That's a lot of playoff football, and it's that's Simon Bennett.
And coming up in just 30 seconds, we'll
What a funny when stations that don't pay for
680 News Time,
play music,
12:09.
that's
And we're here
funny.
today with a
That's funny. You're stealing on getting $10,000 fine.
That's right.
on time with everything you actually ordered.
Always.
Guaranteed fresh produce.
Obviously.
You're not ready
You
to
order
sit
with Voila
there.
every Sunday, all while wearing pajama pants, bunny slippers, and holding a mug that says, I'm not a regular mom, I'm a cool mom.
I thought we weren't going to talk about that. It's fresh, it's reliable. It's Voila by Sobeys. Your groceries delivered just like that. Try it online at voila.ca. See website for details.
We found food in the woods and ate it.
Now the 680 News gas price update and processed price of gas is set to go up a penny at midnight tonight to $1.10.9 a liter.
680 News time, 12:10.
Can you feel it? It's different than before. We are stronger. Not because one of us is all of us, because all of us is one of us. This is our team, the Canadian team, the human team. We all live here. So buy the toque, buy the mask, and change a life. Rise up and join the fight against homelessness. Show your support at raisingtheroof.org, because this is our house, and we're raising the roof.
I want to know what happened to my friend that sits down on Bloor
Water
Street.
came through, shorted out the furnace, the radiator too.
Watch out, there's a bad virus going to the shelters.
Has been your
He
best
says, oh, I
financial
never go to
since
shelters.
1984.
If you need money in a hurry, prudentfinancial.net. Get money quick, just one click.
That's what we want. On the street, not seeing your
If you own
friends
your
doesn't
car or
necessarily
your
mean
home,
anything
get a
bad.
loan. Borrow up to $75,000 in less than an hour.
You see things
Self-employed,
different.
no
Well,
proof of
things are
income,
sitting
no
right here, and
problem.
he's not right here, then must be good where he is.
680 News time, 12:11.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kerry Prunskis.
This report is brought to you by City TV. I just got off the phone with a traffic spotter on the southbound 404, just south of Major
What, you sitting
Mackenzie.
up
We
on
have
the
a new
shoulder?
problem. There's a
Don't
collision
sit, what the
involving a
hell?
tractor trailer and a vehicle in the ditch. So the right lane is blocked. Again, that's southbound on the 404, just south of Major Mackenzie. So expect delays starting to build in that area. Now, the rest of the drive is doing okay. We do have some construction on the westbound 407, west of Huron, Ontario. The two right lanes are closed, and the Huron, Ontario ramps to the westbound 407, they're both shut down as part of that construction project. Northbound on the 427, you'll find a bit of a delay heading into the long-term construction area. It bunches up from the 407 onto the Highway 7 ramp, but no problems aside from that. We're looking at a good drive on the Gardner into and out of downtown. The QEW is likely traveled in both directions as well. Get the latest breaking news and important updates that are affecting your communities and our country every night with City News at 6 and 11 only on City TV. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
One of the colder days we've had in a while, a guaranteed high of -3, but earlier this morning felt into the minus teens across the GTA. So we have a few cloudy periods tonight, staying mainly clear, lows near -6. Mainly sunny for Saturday. A little bit of cloud may be hanging on through the day, so it will be a filtered sun. Highs near 0 and overnight low near -6. Our guaranteed high today, -3.
Right now, downtown, -6 and sunny, -7 at Pearson, but keep in mind, it's feeling more like -12 for 680 News time, 12:12.
Time now for the dynamic funds market. Ben, we're going to check in at the business center. I'm assuming, Chris, that there isn't much of a chill, though, on markets today.
Well, sort of a mixed picture, Steve. We did see all-time highs for 3 of 4 markets in North America, including the TSX, so right now it's down 23. The Dow did not hit a record. It's off by 39. The S&P and the NASDAQ did hit all-time highs. The S&P up by 8, the NASDAQ higher by 103. It's also been a winning week for North American markets, despite all the turmoil we have seen. Gold is down $58 right now, $18.55. Oil higher by 67 cents, $51.50 a barrel. And disappointing jobs data in Canada for December are looming off by 1/10 of a cent, 78.70 cents U.S. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
The greatest investment tip ever? Start building a plan with a financial advisor today. Learn more about the value of advice at dynamic.ca/advice.
When it comes to building brand awareness, Nick DiDonato, President and CEO of Liberty Entertainment Group, advertises on 680 News to help spread the word.
Liberty Entertainment Group runs multiple restaurants and entertainment venues throughout Toronto. When we were awarded the Gambaleroso
And if
Best
he's
Restaurant
not, the
Boutique
premier
in
should
the
be
world for Don Alfonso 1890, it was big international
by the next
news.
hour,
What better way to get the news out of Toronto than going to 680 News?
And the marketing experts at 680
Unless he does his at 3,
for professional guidance.
The team at 680 News
and the Capitol gets overrun by rioters.
commercials that really got the message out
there.
first. Don
See,
Alfonso
I
had arrived in
can't
Toronto. Our marketing campaign on 680 News was an overwhelming success.
And the secret of that success?
Consistency on message and frequency. So being on 680 News for a long period of time, delivering the message of our Michelin chef at Don Alfonso really worked. 680 News is the way to go.
Get 680 News working for you. Visit 680ads.com. That's 680ads.com.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
Well, we got some beautiful sunshine right now in downtown Toronto, but with the sun comes the cold. It's -6, but feeling more like -11 when you factor in that wind. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Roberts.
And good afternoon. I'm Irene Preklin. Here are the top stories this hour.
Well, desperate times. That's what Premier Doug Ford is calling the situation in the province now, as the number of COVID cases continues to push higher again. 4,269 new cases of COVID in Ontario today. Now, it should be noted, though, that 450 of those cases are actually from 2 days ago because of a delay in data from Toronto Public Health.
The vaccine's a weapon in the fight against COVID-19, but the Premier says Ontario
last hour they said if you take away those 400, the 7-day average is, it's like you don't understand that.
University Health Network
It's like
says there are
3,800
3,000 appointments booked for shots this weekend, but there's no vaccine.
Turns out it was a year ago today that the Iranian military shot down a plane with 176 people on board, including dozens of Canadians, many of which were from the GTA. Now, outdoor rallies have been taking place in various cities, including Toronto today. The Premier also addressing that anniversary.
For these stories and more, head to 680news.com.
It's time now, though, for 680 Sports, and from Sportsnet 590 The Fan, here's Andrew Nye.
Afternoon, Steve. The baseball world is mourning the loss of Dodgers great Tommy Lasorda, who suffered a heart attack last night at home. He was pronounced at hospital less than an hour later. Lasorda, who spent 7 decades in the Dodgers organization, was 93. Captain Nick Foligno and Seth Jones among 16 players held out of Columbus Blue Jackets practice today due to a COVID scare, while earlier this morning the Dallas Stars canceled their practice altogether. The NHL has not provided any further information as of yet. Boston Celtics have 3 players in quarantine for at least a week: Robert Williams, Tristan Thompson, and Grant Williams. Robert has reportedly tested positive. We'll have to keep our eye on the Raptors, who played the Celtics this past Monday. Tonight, the Raptors are in Sacramento at 10. Leafs forward Alex Kerfoot, again, not fit to play, so Pierre Engvall continues to hold his spot at Leafs camp. Leafs will play their blue and white game tomorrow night at 7. We have it for you on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Sportsnet. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
In times like these, shouldn't your money work even harder for you? We think so. That's why at Duca Credit Union, you get no-fee checking accounts. You also get high interest on deposits and investments, and low mortgage rates. Plus, you get to share in the profits. That's the Duca difference. And now, get rates as low as 1.79% on a 5-year fixed mortgage when you switch to Duca. Find out how at mortgage.duca.com. Do more, be more, achieve more with Duca Credit Union. Conditions apply.
You've been diagnosed with depression and can't work. Your insurer advises that your depression is not serious and denies your claim. What are you going to do? Who can you call? Call me, Aaron Waxman, at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, my team of lawyers only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
680 News Time, 12:18.
Well, U.S. President Donald Trump says he will not be on hand when President-elect Joe Biden takes the oath of office.
Yesterday, the president finally conceded that his time in office is nearly up.
A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th.
But he won't be there when it happens. The president tweets he will not attend Biden's inauguration. He'll be the first president since Andrew Johnson to skip his successor's swearing in. The president's giving no clues about how he'll spend his final days and hours in office, amid growing talk of being removed through the 25th Amendment or impeachment. Sagar Mangani, Washington.
A new study has found that Pfizer's COVID vaccine can in fact protect against that highly transmissible variant of the virus.
Scientists working on the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine say it appears to be effective against the COVID-19 variant, as well as 15 other mutations the company has previously tested against. Lab studies show the highly transmissible new variants of the coronavirus were discovered in the UK and South Africa. The mutation could be responsible for greater transmissibility. And one of Pfizer's top viral vaccine scientists says the good news is that they tested 16 different mutations and none of them have really had any significant impact. But he adds that doesn't mean that the 17th won't. Todd Ent, ABC News.
And host Alex Trebek's final episode of Jeopardy airs tonight. Now, executive producer Mike Richards says the show was taped just 10 days before Trebek's death from pancreatic cancer on November 8th.
He didn't know it was going to be his last show. The contestants didn't know. We didn't know. He signs off and says, we'll see you next time.
And he hosted Jeopardy, of course, for 37 seasons from 1984 until his death. Coming up, though, in just 60 seconds, we'll have a look at the roads, and we'll check your extended forecast.
680 News Time, 12:20.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Primucci. Next time you order, try our charcoal-infused pizza and enjoy a lighter and airier pizza experience. It may just become your new go-to favorite. Think Italian and taste the difference.
The Chesterfield Shop. Hi, Steve here from the Chesterfield Shop. My family has had the privilege of serving this great community since 1948, and I'm saddened to say that our famous in-store Boxing Week sale will be postponed for the first time in over 72 years. So why not go online or call us to set up a virtual appointment? We're worth the wait.
The Chesterfield Shop, your leather superstar.
Leather and fabric savings at thechesterfieldshop.com or call us 24/7. 680 News Time, 12:21.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones. And Carrie said earlier on, things were looking pretty good. Is the situation still that way?
I would say overall, yeah, we're looking at a pretty great drive. Now, we do have a problem on the southbound 404. This report, by the way, brought to you by Sportsnet. Just south of Major Mackenzie, traffic spotters reporting a collision, and one of the vehicles involved has gone into the ditch. Now, I just spoke with the MTO. They are almost at the scene here on the southbound 404 because it's just out of our camera range, so I can't really get a good picture of it. But be careful in this area, southbound 404 south of Major Mac. There's no delay. Westbound on the 407, west of Huron, Ontario, the two right lanes are closed, and this is for some ongoing construction. They also have the Huron, Ontario ramps to the westbound 407 shut down as part of this. But again, no delays there to worry about. And the rest of the major routes, all in pretty decent shape. We do have a slowdown on the northbound 427, but a typical backup from the 407 onto the Highway 7 ramp as you head into the long-term construction area. Every time you watch an illegal sports stream, an angel loses its wings. Live stream sports with Sportsnet now. Visit snnow.ca for details. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
It was a cold start to this Friday, but we'll have sunshine and near seasonal conditions for the afternoon. Cloudy periods tonight, lows near -6, a wind chill of -12. Mainly sunny Saturday, a bit of high cloud hanging on, so we won't get into all of that blue sky, but it will be a fairly sunny day, filtering through the cloud and warm, highs near 0. Overnight lows Saturday near -6, so a cooler start again on Sunday, but sun and cloud and near -1 for a daytime high. The guaranteed high today, -3.
Well, right now in downtown, a few clouds, -4, feeling like -7 when you factor in the wind. Out at Pearson right now, it's -6, but it feels more like -11. And coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll have a very latest actually from Queen's Park. The Premier calling today's COVID situation desperate times, as of course the number of COVID cases now pushing over the 4,000 mark. We'll have a little bit of a breakdown on that for you just ahead. And vaccines, of course, are a big weapon as we deal with the fight against COVID-19, but the Premier also saying that we are running out of doses, and we will continue to follow that. Our Leah Johansson with more just ahead.
It's right there in front of her. A hot meal, a bright spot in a tough time, and for the first time in what seems like forever, she's filled with hope. You can provide a nutritious hot meal for just $4.25 per person and ensure that everyone who comes to the Scott Mission is warmly welcomed by people who care. It's right there in front of you, the chance to fill someone with hope. Donate today at scottmission.com. That's scottmission.com.
This portion of 680 News brought to you today by Baby D Drops. If you're planning on hanging out at home this weekend, like most of us are, there are some new and returning shows to streaming services that you might be interested in.
Emily, my poems, tell me.
Season 2 of the critically acclaimed period drama Dickinson debuts today on Apple TV+. The first 3 episodes out now with the new one each Friday.
On Netflix, Pretend It's a City is among the new offerings.
I'm the only person who's lived in New York as long as I have who has never made a correct real estate decision.
The show from Friendly Boys and Martin Scorsese takes an often humorous look at life in New York. And Marvel Studios Legends debuts on Disney+. We're told the series will dive deeper into the stories of some of Marvel's most compelling characters. Jason Nathanson, ABC News. And coming up in just 60 seconds, we've got a look at the markets. Chris McCusker standing by there. She'll also crunch some job loss numbers that we saw this morning coming from Stats Canada. All those details coming up. 680 News Time, 12:25.
Being a new mom isn't easy, but hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D-drops are easy too. Simply apply just one drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D-drops, the sunshine vitamin in just one drop.
Joker, a meteor set to collide with our west coast in mere minutes. What do we do? Not to worry, Governor. I will simply fly around the Earth fast enough to reverse our polarity and turn back time. Joker away. You've only taken 3 steps. Here I go. You're basically standing still.
Can the toka help innocent citizens breathe easier? Probably not. Find out why at thetokaonline.ca.
680 News Time, 12:26.
Time now for the 680 News Business Report. We're going to check in at the Business Center with Chris McCusker. Now, Chris, you're looking at a couple of things today, particularly job loss numbers, and then, not a surprise with that, an announcement from WestJet.
Yeah, and WestJet is introducing about 1,000 layoffs, Steve, through a combination of furloughs, temporary layoffs, unpaid leaves, reduced hours. This is part of the airline's plan to eliminate 30% of its current February and March capacity. Now, that's a drop of 80% year over year, although things very different this year compared to this time last year. Now, this is happening, the company says, because of those new travel restrictions, which continue to weigh on travel demand. Now, Onyx bought WestJet last year. Shares in Onyx down by 0.5% to $73.19 a share. Now, this comes on the heels of a disappointing jobs report for December, showing a loss of more than 62,000 jobs in Canada, the first monthly decline since April, and it might not be the only decline we see. Avery Schenfeld is chief economist at CIBC.
January is also a potential risk for a further decline because the survey taken in December hit a week where not all the current restrictions have yet been imposed. So we might well lose some further jobs in the same sort of sectors in January. But our hope is that at that point we'll be more likely to be at the trough. But in terms of getting these jobs back going again, it's really going to be a second quarter story. We need to have the COVID case numbers coming down by that point.
The Canadian dollar right now is off by 13,100, 78.68 cents US. Another all-time high for the TSX. After it closed at a record yesterday, it was the first time we saw a record on Bay Street in almost a year. Right now it's down 20 points, 18,006. Looking at a gain this week of about 3%. Now, the big problem today, a huge weight coming from the gold stocks, with gold down by $60 right now, $18.52. Oil is higher by 79 cents, $51.62 a barrel. Now, records for the S&P and the NASDAQ as well today, despite all the talk about impeaching the U.S. president and a disappointing jobs report stateside. The S&P right now is higher by 12. The NASDAQ up by 99, and the Dow, which closed at a record yesterday but did not hit a record today, it's down by 18. I'm Chris McCusker. Business continues at 26 and 56 or anytime at 680news.com.
Hi, I'm Nadia DiDonato, VP of the Liberty Entertainment Group. We've been providing Toronto with quality food and service at our Chivo restaurants for over a decade. Now, through our online platform, we're bringing restaurant-quality groceries to your home. Our team of experts will carefully select fruits, vegetables, and meats, along with wine and spirits for worry-free delivery to your door. It's convenient, and we guarantee 100% freshness. Order today at chivomarket.com. That's CIVOmarket.com.
It's Freshco's birthday, and we're celebrating with big birthday bargains. Now until
until Wednesday, frozen chicken wings are more than half off. Just $4.88 for 1.2 kilos. Our birthday, your bargains. Freshco, lowering food prices. See flyer at freshco.com for details.
Alexa, what station has the best breaking news, traffic, and weather?
680 News, obviously.
And weather specialist Denise Andriacci's forecast for the day today. We are loving the sunshine, of course, but with it comes colder temperatures, and we are looking at a high this afternoon, a guaranteed high of -3. For tonight, cloudy periods, a low down to -6, a wind chill of -12. As we head into tomorrow and your weekend, sunshine with a high near 0, mix of sun and cloud for Sunday, and a high of -1. Right now in downtown Toronto, it's sunny, -4, feeling like -7 with the wind. Michael Gibbons is the Midday Show editor. James Mackin at the digital desk. 680 News Time at those double tones, 12:30.
Number 1 for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Sarah Barrett and Steve Robert. Good afternoon. This is Friday, January the 8th. For Sarah, I'm Irene Trucklet.
And here's what's making news this hour.
Premier Ford strikes a dire tone as COVID cases top 4,200.
There will be further measures because this is getting out of control.
I'm told Cabinet is meeting later today to discuss more measures.
The province says we're in desperate need of more vaccines, pleading with Health Canada to approve more options, saying all of Ontario will be out of the Pfizer shot by the end of next week.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau with his strongest statement yet on the unrest in the U.S., saying President Trump incited the violence, calling it an assault on democracy.
Memorials will be held across the country today, marking the 1-year anniversary of a Ukrainian air flight that was shot down over Iran, killing over 100 people who had ties to Canada, including 55 Canadians.
Baseball loses one of the all-time greats. Tommy Lasorda has died, and COVID scares for the Blue Jackets and Stars. Sports at 45.
Records on both sides of the border after disappointing jobs data in Canada and the U.S. And now we've got a mixed picture and another game for oil. Business at 56.
680
We have a million dead people in the U.S.
Time for 680
Their
News.
jobs data ain't gonna mean
Together all
shit.
the ones. Good Friday afternoon, Carrie Prince.
Oh, happy Friday indeed.
Take
And we
Bob,
have a
for
decent
example.
drive on the major
Bob
routes
works down
across
at
the
the television
GTA.
plant,
The
and
slowest
his
route right now is
supervisor's
the
been
northbound
laid up in the
427. It's heavy at the top end from the 407 onto the Highway 7 ramp. We still have the 427 closed between Highway 7 and Zenway, and that is for long-term construction.
I've seen all you
Traffic
people with
spotters
a
reporting a
fashion
collision
mask
on the
with the
southbound
explanation for it. You're
404
getting the
south
black
of
on
Major
black one. No
Mackenzie.
one will notice.
On the right shoulder here, it doesn't look like any
Flashing
lane
lights
lanes are
outside
blocked. The
your
vehicle
face.
is in the ditch, though, so a bit of a visual distraction for drivers. Again, that's southbound 404 just south of Major Mac. Westbound
So I just saw a
407
flatbed
west
truck.
of Huron, Ontario. The two right lanes are closed for construction, so there's no
carrying
access
4
onto the westbound 407 from north or
Skyjacks,
southbound Huron, Ontario. Both those
But
ramps
they're
to
all
West
mounted
407 are
sideways.
closed.
How did he
All
get
for
them
those
on the
bridge
fucking
repairs going
truck?
on. No problems to
That's
tell you
the part
about
I
on the
can't figure. How did
401.
they
It's
get
moving
them
very
on the
well in
truck?
both directions, and just smooth
They made
drive
a
on the
tight
Gardner
turn
into and out of
radius, but I don't see how
downtown.
he could have
Your
done
next
that.
traffic report is at 12:41. Now with the forecast, here's Denise
So, pick a truck
Andriacci.
carrying
A
an
sunny
8-foot
Friday
wide piece of
afternoon
pipe.
for the GTA, hanging on to that high pressure too through
I'm
the
sure it was
weekend.
secure.
Just a few cloudy periods overnight
sure.
tonight as we fall to -6. It's going to feel like -12, so a chillier start to Saturday. But through the day, our temperatures will stabilize. And this afternoon, our guaranteed high is pretty seasonal, -3.
Well, right now in downtown, it's -4 under a few clouds, and feeling like -7 though when you factor in the wind. Out of Pearson
Well,
right now, it's -6, but feeling more like -11. 680 News Time, 12:33.
In some of his toughest language yet, Premier Doug Ford stressing to Ontario residents that if they don't follow health guidelines, desperate times will get even worse. It comes as we see 4,269 new cases of COVID-19 in this province today. Now, 450 of those actually from about 2 days ago because of a delay in data from Toronto Public Health.
And 680's Richard Southern is at Queen's Park today, joining us with more on the Premier's ominous warning.
Premier Ford struck, I think, the most dire tone we've heard from him yet during the pandemic. With more than 4,200 cases today, Ford said matters are quickly unraveling. He signaled A further crackdown is on the way.
We're in a desperate situation. Everything is on the table right now. There will be further measures because this is getting out of control.
I'm knocking out the first cop that even looks at me.
Met with his cabinet today to discuss new lockdown
We're going to train
measures.
these police
It's not clear
to
what, if
completely
anything, they
disregard
settled
that
on,
rule
but
the
Dr.
first
Barbara
fucking night.
Yappy says action needs to happen
No,
now.
Mr.
We
Officer,
don't
ask me
want
why I'm
more
out here.
people dying.
Spit
We
in
don't
my
want
fucking
the ICUs
airspace and ask me why I'm
overwhelmed.
out
We
here.
don't want
Then yell at me,
courts
do I have the
overwhelmed.
negative test? You have the negative
Will
test?
be
That's not
publicly released on Tuesday.
And when you see the modeling, you'll fall off your chair.
But NDP leader Horvath says release it now.
I don't want to wait till Tuesday to fall off my chair.
At Queens Park, I'm Richard Southern.
Yeah, but
Meantime,
you're
the
a
province
fucking
says we are
piece of
quickly
shit that
running
thinks
out
you're the
of
best thing on the
vaccines.
planet,
680's
you judge
Leah
everyone
Johansson
else
rather on that
you.
part of the story and joins us live with more. Leah.
That's right. University Health Network says they will exhaust their supply by today, with other GTA hospitals saying they will run out by the end of the week. Ford pleaded to federal health officials to move quickly.
If there's one thing, I'm going to ask Health Canada again, please approve AstraZeneca. We're in desperate need of it. Please approve it. It's been approved by other health agencies around the world, and that will really, really help us out.
So far, the UK, India, and Mexico have all approved that shot. And despite the intense shortage, Ford says the province is still on track to vaccinate frontline healthcare workers.
We're going to be finished all the long-term care homes and the frontline workers and caregivers by the 21st.
Now, this comes as Health Canada releases the first of the department's regular reports on adverse events from the shots, saying there have been no unexpected side effects. So far, around 230,000 Canadians have received either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine. Reporting live, I'm Leah Johansson.
Well, a day after announcing that all schools in this province would remain closed until January 25th, Education Minister Stephen Lecce says the province will now roll out asymptomatic COVID testing in schools across Ontario when in-person learning resumes later this month.
We see wisdom
And they
is expanded
still,
in our province.
15 years later, do not test males
We will
for
do so
warts.
for the days schools reopen, where all
What
schools
use
and all
is that?
public
There's no
health
use
units
giving out
will be
vaccine,
eligible, have the capacity and the testing kits required to do that type of surveillance testing, meaning we're going well beyond the 4 highest risk regions where it exists today. We're going to provincialize that access point.
And voluntary asymptomatic testing has been happening at schools in Toronto, Peel, York, and Ottawa since November. Lecce says there will also be expanded cleaning and personal protective equipment.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau placing the blame for Wednesday's violent and deadly storming of Capitol Hill in Washington on U.S. President Donald Trump. It's the strongest statement yet from the PM on the unrest stateside. 680's Cormac McSweeney has the latest.
There was no mincing of words as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau took the mic, saying this incident was an assault on democracy by violent rioters incited by the current president.
Violence has no place in our societies, and extremists will not succeed in overruling the will of the people.
Trudeau not mentioning Trump by name,
rodeo,
but noting that the situation
Calgary
proves democracy is
stampede,
resilient. He says Canada is not immune to the
you
rhetoric that
won't
we've
like
seen
my
in the U.S., noting that democracy takes work
you.
every single day and there are lessons to be learned.
The choices we make as leaders, as
I
politicians,
didn't tell you to keep
have
locked in the cage.
consequences. What we choose
Your
to say,
brain knows
what
it. That's
we
how
choose
big
not to
deal.
say,
I'm telling you,
how
that
we
animal
choose
is
to say it,
delicious no matter what it
does
was.
have an impact.
Trudeau has always been very
build up
cautious in
lactic
criticizing
acid in
Trump
his muscles
directly,
'cause it
but
can't
it
move.
seems that
That's
policy's
what
out the
makes it
door
taste bad.
after the chaos in Washington.
You like people. Oh, we got to lock it up tighter if we wanted to.
Cormac
you're
McSweeney,
done.
Parliament Hill.
Well, it was a year ago today that the Iranian military shot down a commercial plane with 176 people on board, including dozens of Canadians. 680's Momin Qureshi joining us live now with more on how the victims are being remembered, even right here in the GTA. Momin?
Steve, right now there is an online vigil taking place to honor the memory of all those that were killed on that flight, which was on its path to Canada. We heard from MP Majid Jawari, who talked about how many people on that flight had deep ties to Canada.
Of the 176 victims, 138 were destined for Canada, of which 55 were Canadian citizens, 30 were permanent residents, and 53 had strong ties to
She
Canada.
was supposed to be 3 in the cab.
We also heard this morning from David Schultz, who says that his girlfriend was on that flight along with her mother and her sister.
In so many ways, it doesn't even feel like any time has gone by past January 8th. We wake up,
You made the next 2 and 3 generations hate your country. Fucking white people.
The feeling physically and mentally is very similar to the first
Tell us
few
how
days
your women
after
don't look
we
like
found out
men.
about the downing of the flight.
Something that has been said by some of the victims is that they still want answers. They know that the government of Iran is responsible for shooting down that flight, but they still want more details as to how everything transpired. There will be another vigil held at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Reporting live, I'm Owen Qureshi.
Coming up, we'll check on where the price at the pumps is going.
680 News Time, 12:39.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's something you hear a lot this time of year. Make a space in your life is what a new year is for. Get a fresh start in your home and your life.
Speaking of which, you can't buy tampons in Iran, can you?
Don't have space for it. Access storage can be your resolution solution with flexible and affordable storage options at more than 100 convenient locations in Ontario. Get on with your new year. Access Storage. Shop Canadian. Store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free. Visit accessstorage.ca.
Now, the 680 News gas price update. Enpro predicts the price will rise 1 cent at midnight to $1.10.9 a liter at most GTA stations.
680 News Time, 12:40.
And now, an important message from the Canadian Natural Defense. It's cold season, and this year, more than ever, we need to protect ourselves. The wellness experts at Adrian Danielle bring you zinc and vitamin C to help immune function. And echinacea for effective relief of cold symptoms when taken at the first symptoms. And now, all 3 are available at Walmart. The products may not be right for you. Always read and follow the label.
Or December 21st, 2009.
We are stronger. Not because one of us is all of us, because all of us is one of us. This is our team, the Canadian team, the human team. We all live here. So buy the toque, buy the mask, and change a life. Rise up and join the fight against homelessness. Show your support at raisingtheroof.org, because this is our house, and we're raising the roof.
680 News Time, 12:41.
That is time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prenskus. This report is brought to you by Subaru. Northbound 427, traffic is heavy from the 407 onto the Highway 7 ramp. We still have that full closure at the top end. 427 closed from Highway 7 to Zenway for long-term construction. I just got word from the MTO about a new problem on the westbound 401 ramp to Dixie. The right lane is now blocked, and that is due to a stalled vehicle. So be careful. Aside from that problem on the westbound 401, we're in great shape along that route. Eastbound 401 is still running trouble-free across the GTA. Just a minor issue on the southbound 404, south of Major Mackenzie. There's a collision on the right shoulder. Traffic spotters have been reporting a vehicle in the ditch there as well. But no delays, so just watch out for the southbound 404, south of Major Mac. And if you're getting around on city streets, downtown, Bay and Yonge, both those routes are down to a single lane between Lakeshore and Front, and that's for long-term construction. Sick of hibernation mode? Try adventure mode and bring on winter in a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Contact your nearest Subaru dealer for their winter on bonus. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
A nice stretch of weather for the GTA with that sunshine back in the forecast. A sun cloud mix today and all weekend long. We are mainly sunny Saturday, but we'll have some high so it won't be a full blue sky tomorrow, but still very comfortable and lovely out there. Warm. Highs near 0. The average high this time of year is closer to -2. For Sunday, sun and cloud, highs near -1. The guaranteed high today, -3.
And right now in downtown Toronto, we got a few clouds at -4, feeling like -7 when you factor in that wind. Now at Pearson right now, it's -6 and sunny, but feeling like -11. 680 News Time, 12:42.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute live from the Business Center and Chris McCusker. Chris, Irene, we've got a mixed picture on North American markets, but 3 of 4 markets did hit all-time highs already today after all 4 closed at records yesterday. So the TSX did hit a record right now. It's down 18,009. The Dow did not. It's off by 33. The S&P and the NASDAQ did. The S&P up by 12. The NASDAQ higher by 113. Now, gold is down $71, 1842. That is a huge weight on Bay Street. We've got oil higher by 89 cents, 51.72. And disappointing jobs data in Canada showing a loss of jobs in December. Money off by 13,100, 78.68 cents U.S. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Markets are changing more than ever. A financial advisor can help address your evolving portfolio needs. Speak to a financial advisor and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers, and we're talking about my back.
What'd you do? Get up too quickly?
Shoveling snow.
Yeah, snow happens in Canada from time to time. What your back needs is the new Toro 60-volt power shovel.
It's battery powered?
Yes, it is. Toro's 39909 power shovel is lightweight, cordless, and it can throw snow 25 feet. And it's just $429.
In store or online, either is fine. When you buy this Toro from the Snow Pros and Coy Brothers.
Bonjour, good day. It's the Prime
From the
Minister.
little kid shooting hoops on the driveway with dad,
To elite athletes at the top of their game.
for anyone who has ever bounced, kicked, spiked, or thrown a ball,
The emptiness is palpable. But we
That's a
will
good
return to
baseball,
the field,
throwing
the
balls
pitch,
back there.
the stadium.
we'll feel the sun on our faces and team spirit in our hearts.
We'll collectively rise up and cheer. We did it.
And it will be a healthy planet again.
HealthyPlanetCanada.com.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's -7, but feeling like -11. Good afternoon. I'm Irene Prepley.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories right now.
Another record-breaking day of COVID-19 cases in Ontario, 4,249. Now, 450 of those, a data glitch with older cases from the city of Toronto being added to today's total. But when you look at the 7-day average, we're at almost 3,400 new cases a day. Premier Doug Ford says this is getting out of control, calling the situation desperate. He is pleading with people to follow the rules. The Premier also sounding the alarm over vaccines and a lack of a consistent supply. It was a year ago today, Iran shot down a plane with 176 people on board, including dozens of Canadians, many from the GTA. Other rallies taking place today in various cities, including Toronto, Montreal, and Edmonton. Time now for 680 Sports from Sports and 590 The Fan. Good afternoon, Andrew Nye.
Irene, one of baseball's all-time greats, perhaps the greatest personality the game had, has left us. Tommy Lasorda passed last night from a heart attack. The Dodgers...
Comment ça se fait que deux provinces où les progénies se parlent, disons...
There's a rap song with this movie, isn't there?
Enfants sont dans l'école. Alors, c'est un peu incohérent, je trouve, de la part de l'Ontario, parce que à travers le pays, que ce soit Manitoba, Alberta, Québec, eux, ils ont tous fait la décision de garder les écoles ouvertes. Et maintenant, c'est juste le sud de l'Ontario qui n'a plus d'école. C'est très frustrant pour les parents. Et ça manque un peu de cohérence du côté...
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes.
You're repeating the same thing over and over, the same rhetoric. Oh, it's so hard on parents. Why is it hard on parents? Because parents are so stupid to know how to teach kids anything. It's too hard to teach kids. And they have to go to work. Now, all three of those are lies. Why is it hard on parents? They ain't going nowhere. They're sitting at home with their kid.
To get the message out to the public. The creative teams helped us out in many ways and helped us get to where we are today.
Well, it can't be easy to stay on top in today's competitive market.
Well, there's always competition, but we try to stay one step above them. The new advertising is going great, and we continue to be number one in the number two business. 680 News has really helped us. We are definitely flushed with success.
Unclog your bottom lines and clean up the competition with 680 News. Visit 680ads.com. That's 680ads.com.
680 News Time, 12:48.
WestJet is reducing capacity, which also means cutting jobs. 680 business editor Chris McCusker has those details. The Calgary-based airline says it's reducing capacity by a further 30% in February and March, affecting the jobs or pay of roughly 1,000 employees. The decision reduced the number of domestic and international flights it operates down to levels not seen in almost 20 years. The change comes after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government ordered travelers starting yesterday to present a recent negative COVID-19 test before being allowed to board flights into Canada. WestJet CEO Ed Sims says they've seen significant reductions in new bookings and unprecedented cancellations since the requirement was announced last month. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker. And a broader look at the job picture in Canada, a negative showing by the economy as we close out one of the most difficult years ever. Here's Mike Epple.
The nation's unemployment rate inched higher for the first time after a 7-month decline, up to 8.6%, a gain of just 0.1%, with the economy losing 62,600 jobs. Stats Canada's tabulation focused on various components of that decline. The city of Toronto lost 52,000 jobs for the month with lockdown restrictions going into effect. Montreal was also in the negative. Canadians aged 15 to 24, that segment still well below its pre-pandemic levels.
Never had to do that before in their life.
In the United States, the unemployment rate there was steady at 6.7%, even as the American economy lost 140,000 jobs in December. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Epple.
Coming up, traffic and weather together on the ones.
680 News Time, 12:50.
Scott McGilvery here. I've done hundreds of home renovations over the years, and I'm particularly...
Parmi les nombreuses différentes, il y a celle qu'il n'y a pas de politiciens, de chefs de parti en ce moment au Canada qui mobilisent ces groupes, qui leur parlent, qui les encouragent de passer à l'action, comme M. Trump. Mais je pense qu'on a rien à perdre à être très vigilant par rapport à ces groupes, à les garder sous surveillance et à ne pas banaliser leurs actions. Ne serait-ce qu'en ce moment, durant la crise sanitaire, on voit qu'il y a des gens qui s'obstinent à ne pas écouter les consignes, à partager la désinformation, ça peut réellement faire du tort à toute la société.
Bonne journée, chroniqueur politique au quotidien La Presse. Rosemary Burton, correspondante parlementaire à Ottawa pour la CBC. Madame, monsieur, merci beaucoup. À la prochaine.
Merci.
À la prochaine fois.
Try it online at voila.ca.
No.
680 News Time, 12:51.
That is time for 680 News. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Gary Prenskus.
We still have this problem on the southbound 404, south of Major Mackenzie on the right shoulder. There's a collision. Now, no delay in the area, but we just got an update from the MTO. They have now closed the eastbound Major Mackenzie ramp to the southbound 404. So keep that in mind. You can't get onto the southbound 404 from eastbound Major Mackenzie right now. Westbound on the 401 on the ramp to Dixie, the right lane is blocked because of a stalled vehicle. So be careful. There's no delay. Eastbound on the 401, that's problem-free across the GTA. Northbound on the 427, you'll find a backup from the 407 onto the Highway 7 ramp. And we have some lane restrictions on the 407 westbound, west of Huron, Ontario. The two right lanes are closed, and this is all for bridge repairs happening. So the north and southbound Huron, Ontario ramps to the westbound 407, they are both shut down. Your next traffic report is at 101. Now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
It was a cold morning, but near seasonal as we move through the afternoon, guaranteed high of -3. Sunshine today as that high pressure has moved into the region. We have just a few cloudy periods tonight near -6, a wind chill of -12 overnight. So a frosty start to Saturday, but we're mainly sunny through the day. Highs near 0, overnight lows near -6. We'll have sun and cloud for Sunday, and seasonal highs near -1. Your guaranteed high for today, -3.
I'm getting pretty close to that right now. It's -4 in the core, feeling like -7 when you factor in the wind. Out of Pearson Airport, though, right now we've got sunshine, -6, feeling like -11. 680 News Time, 12:52.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, another record-breaking day of COVID-19 cases in Ontario, 4,249, bringing our 7-day average to just under 3,400 cases a day. Premier Doug Ford says this is getting out of control, calling the situation desperate. He's pleading with people to follow the rules. Ontario's Associate Medical Officer of Health calling the numbers scary.
Every day, Canadians are buying homes and getting the wrong mortgage rates. Important announcement. If you have a home mortgage closing in the next 90 days, 1.38% 5-year fixed mortgage rates are available at butlermortgage.ca. No matter what you were told or what you signed, you can still switch to 1.38% 5-year fixed.
They told me it wasn't even my house. That's not my ID. Get the fuck out of this bank.
Butlermortgage.ca now.
License number 12118. High ratio.
Put down that coffee.
We work for you.
From talking to the newsmakers
To getting the answers to what you need to know about COVID-19.
and answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question, ask it at 680news.com/answers.
Why
680
is
News.
every time I turn on the radio,
We're in
I
this
get the
together.
same
680 News.
Working
for you.
15
Alex
times a
Trebek's
day.
final
for 3
episode
months.
of Jeopardy airs tonight.
West,
He died November 8th at age 80, but had pre-taped several weeks of shows that have continued to air. Executive producer Mike Richards says Trebek was an absolute warrior in his last taping sessions.
I didn't know how much pain he was in, but obviously he was battling. And so from
I don't care who it was. Either a politician or a fucking sports figure. Sports figurines, right? Tell me how great these people are. You've been denying me medication for, well, forever, but effectively for the last 2 fucking year and a half or whatever. I'm supposed to care about these people that get everything handed to them? I literally have now been pushed to, they're using biological means. They know I won't go to the hospital because they're spreading all the disease and shit, and they're all at the fucking hospital. So again, the nigger has to open the door for people and let them through, or else. And that's why I keep stabbing people in the elevator, Your Honor.
680 can provide me with every client.
I don't know what possesses people to think that I'm going to get into an enclosed space with you where the door slams shut and does not open, as if it's a good idea. Okay. What if I was really socio and fucking I said, take the next one, and you said, I want to take this one, and I went, okay, and just step back. And the door shut, and I start fucking bouncing your head off them walls. It's diamond plate, that's stainless steel.
Every time it gets slow in the dealership, I ask my people, are we on 680 or what? It's getting slow.
Oh, it must be
Let's get
metal or
680
something.
on.
There's marble fucking tiles on it.
680
Trust
News
me, when
working
I
for
feel
you.
good, I
Call
smash your face
680
off.
News Advertising at
People get twisted. Say, I'm
416-935-NEWS.
dying. You think you're the only one on the block?
It's time for the 680 News Business
I didn't say I don't
Report.
give a
Over
fuck,
to the
but I
Business
just said
Center
fucking
and
up
Chris
right.
McCusker.
Oh, you think you're the only one that's not afraid of dying? Who said anything about being afraid or not
Lost
afraid? I think about
jobs
that
in
yesterday.
December. So a monthly
Oh,
drop
sure,
of
but
almost
all I told you was
63,000, while the
physically I'm dying.
unemployment rate
130 pounds,
edged
you're going
up
to
to
do what? You weigh like 2
8.6%. Now, the majority of the job losses were part-time jobs. Avery Schenfeld is chief economist at CIBC.
It was towards part-time and self-employed, the gig economy, which again fits the picture of restaurant workers, for example, that's often part-time, people who work at recreation, leisure type occupations, again, often part-time, and young people predominantly in the job losses.
It looks like that white woman in the truck is your mother, but you're calling her
the
a
typical
lady, not
office
my
worker
mom.
who's
A
now
lady.
working from home hasn't been that affected by these latest restrictions. But those
Where the fuck is the
occupations
Prime
where
Minister?
it's a
Did he come on to
face-to-face
talk for
service
2 minutes?
provided to Canadians have been bearing the brunt of
They
this
told
COVID
us
crisis, as they really have back since the spring.
The Canadian dollar right now
Prime
is
Minister's gonna be
down
talking to him.
14,100, 78.67
He's just
cents
talking
US.
French
And
now.
another all-time high on Bay Street
Think
today
about it, that
after
guy,
it
what foot
closed
is
at a
that?
record yesterday. The
He sounds like
TSX right
Marvin,
now
it's a
is down
different guy.
21 points,
Speaks different, but he's got the
18,006.
same voice.
And the biggest problem today, the gold stocks. As a sector, off by
It's not a sector.
4.8%.
You're associating
Gold
gold
itself
stocks.
right now is down $70, a drop of 3.6%
What is a gold
to
stock?
$18.43. You do
But
have
the
oil
price of
going
gold
the
has
other way,
nothing
it's
to
up
do with
90
gold
cents to
stocks. Neither
$51.73
do
a barrel.
gold
Now on
exploration
Wall
companies,
Street, a
resources,
report for the
tax, all that
S&P and the
has nothing to
NASDAQ.
do with it.
The S&P higher by 12, the NASDAQ up by 88. The Dow closed at a record yesterday. It is not hit an all-time high today, at least so far. And right now it's down 68 points. Now I am watching shares in Moderna, which trade on Wall Street down by 1.5% right now, 113.27. One question around the COVID-19 vaccines has been, how long are people protected? Now, more study is needed, but the CEO of Moderna says his company's COVID vaccine is very likely to offer protection for a couple of years. I'm Chris McCusker. Business continues at 26 and 56 or anytime at 680news.com.
If life is a journey, we can help you species. There were at least 200 species of coronavirus. Oakville Authorized Collision Center are proud members of the Haywood Group of dealerships and a driving force in Oakville for 61 years. Being part of the Greater Toronto Area's premier automotive network, we provide you an experience we'd want for ourselves. We are Mercedes-Benz Oakville and Mercedes-Benz Oakville Authorized Collision Center.
You want that treatment? That's why you hang out with them. And that's what I say about the CEOs. That's what I say about the CEOs and all the weirdos that used to work in Oakville Law. You work in bad air, a building that's disgusting. You show up every day early. I gotta be dragged in handcuffs because I'm sick because I'm in jail.
And enjoy a lighter, superior pizza experience. It may just become your new go-to favorite.
Don't say shit like that to me because I say this to the CEOs, it breaks their head. We gotta take fucking SICKLY. You show up on purpose to this place every day. Don't tell me it's about money. It's a city job.
New year, healthy you. Walmart knows what's best. If you need any advice on healthy choices this year, just ask your Walmart pharmacist. This message is brought to you by Pharmascience. We've got lots of beautiful sunshine, but keep in mind cold wind chills. In Oshawa right now, -7, feeling like -9. Caledon, -6, feeling like -11. It's -7 in Markham. 680 news time, 1 o'clock.
For breaking news, traffic, and weather, this is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Steve Roberts and Sarah Parrott.
Good afternoon. This is Friday, the 8th of January.
And in for Sarah, I'm Irene Precklett. Here's what's making news this hour.
A panicked Doug Ford raised the alarm bells as cases top 42.
This is the most serious situation we've ever been in ever since the beginning of this pandemic.
He says more lockdown measures are likely on the way.
The Premier is pleading with Health Canada to give the AstraZeneca vaccine the green light, saying the province will be out of Pfizer shots by the end of next week.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says President Donald Trump is to blame for inciting the violent, deadly riots in Washington earlier this week. A difficult day for many Canadian families as they mark the one-year anniversary.
We're going to tell you how it is, because this is how it is.
Down over Iran, killing
the police
over
will
100
deal with
people with ties to this country, including at least 55 Canadians.
Dodgers great Tommy Lasorda passes at 93, and Kirkland still not fit to play for the Leafs. Sports at 15.
We did see records on both sides of the border, despite job losses in both Canada and the U.S., and shares in Tesla higher for an 11th day.
You want to see the nightlife come back? Put a curfew on.
680 News Time 101.
Time now for traffic and weather. Together on the ones, here's Carrie Prunskis.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR. Southbound 404, there's no access to that route from eastbound Major Mackenzie. That ramp to the southbound 404 is closed. It's because of a collision southbound 404 just south of Major Mackenzie. Everything's on the right shoulder there, so no live lanes are blocked on the southbound 404. You can still get onto that route from westbound Major Mackenzie. That ramp not affected. Westbound on the 401, on the ramp to Dixie, the right lane is blocked because of a stalled vehicle. I'm not seeing any delays, though, on the westbound 401. It's a pretty smooth drive across the GTA. You'll need your sunglasses, though. Eastbound on the 401, that's lightly traveled as well. And northbound on the 427, just a minor delay as you take the ramp to Highway 7 into the long-term construction detour. The safety of drivers, both on and off the road, means everything to 407 ETR. That's why they've developed a COVID assistance program for those who need it most. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andreatti. A sun cloud mix today, a guaranteed high of -3. We'll have just a few clouds overnight as we fall to lows near -6. When you factor in the wind chill overnight tonight, it's going to feel more like -12. Enjoy that sunshine on your Friday. Your guaranteed high -3.
Right now, downtown sunny and -6. At Pearson, it's -7, but feeling like -12. 680 News Time, 103.
Well, today we are starting to hear some of the Premier's toughest talk yet. It comes as Ontario reports a record-breaking 4,249 new cases of COVID-19 today. We should note 450 of those are because of a data glitch, but still, the 7-day average is now approaching almost 3,400 cases a day.
680's Richard Southern joins us with more on the plea and warning from the Premier.
It's the most concerned I think we've heard the Premier today. With cases topping 4,200, he says the situation is unraveling quickly.
This is
the market is up, so everybody make money today.
This is the most serious situation we've ever been in, ever, since the beginning of this pandemic.
Sources tell 680 News that Ford met with his cabinet today to discuss the potential of new lockdown measures. It's not clear what, if anything, they settled on, but the Premier said something's coming.
There will be further measures because this is getting out of control. We have to do whatever it takes.
Premier Ford says new modeling data will be coming out next week.
Well, I think it's Tuesday, actually. There's going to be a wake-up call, a real wake-up call. Please, just follow the protocols.
But critics like NDP leader Andrea Horvath says the modeling data should come out now and the Premier should act today.
All Ford can do is tell Ontarians to wash their hands.
She's calling on the Premier to replace his medical advisors, including the chief medical officer.
Has been in his way for
years. Well, vaccines, of course, are a weapon in the fight against COVID-19, and the Premier already saying that Ontario needs more, with word that one hospital network in the GTA is already
We're co-parents. Your kids.
Johansson
They have to
report during this lockdown with those details. Leah.
Yeah, that's right. Time is running out. The Premier says all of Ontario will be out of the Pfizer shot by the end of next week, but some GTA hospitals are already starting to run out now.
Dr. Kevin Smith at UHN has said he'll exhaust his supply today. Southlake in York Region, the Ottawa Hospital, and others told us they will do the same by the end of the week.
The University Health Network says they have about 3,000 vaccination appointments booked per day tomorrow through to Monday. Ford is pleading with Health Canada to give the green light to the AstraZeneca vaccine. Meantime, Canada's top doctor, Dr. Trippz, says starting today, a weekly vaccine safety report will be updated, and so far there have been no adverse effects reported through Canada.
A weekly report. As close to the rules that are already in place, we're going to invent new ones. So if we break the rules, it doesn't really count.
There have been no unexpected vaccine safety issues identified to date.
Reporting live, I'm Leo Johansson.
The Prime Minister takes direct aim at President Donald Trump, blaming him for inciting the deadly riot on Capitol Hill earlier this week. 680's Cormac McSweeney has the latest.
The Prime Minister began his regular COVID-19 briefing with his strongest statement yet on the unrest in the U.S., calling the storming of Capitol Hill an assault on democracy by violent rioters,
incited by the current president and other politicians.
And Justin Trudeau has typically shied away from directly criticizing President Trump out of fear of the unpredictable consequences, but he's now set that aside, although he didn't mention Trump by name. Trudeau says Canada is not immune from the troubles that we see to the south, adding, "We can't take our political system for granted."
Democracy is not automatic. It takes work every day.
Prime Minister adds it's clear the words politicians choose to say have consequences. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
Well, several memorials are being held today for the victims of a passenger jet that was shot down by the Iranian military 1 year ago today. And 680's Momin Qureshi is on the story for us with a look at how this day is being marked. Momin?
It's certainly a very solemn day for many families across the country, as more than 100 people with connections to Canada were on that flight, including at least 55 Canadian citizens and over 30 permanent residents. There was an online memorial that just wrapped up just now, including we heard from Mohammed Muradi. He is the family member of one of the victims, and something that a lot of the family members are asking for still is answers.
The details of this horrific crime will be clarified in the International Court of Justice, and such a heavy punishment should be considered for such crimes that no one even thinks of committing it.
The government of Iran has admitted to shooting down that Ukrainian Airlines flight, saying that they believed it was a missile, but there haven't been many answers beyond that. During this online vigil, they did show a slideshow of so many of the victims smiling in happier times. Reporting live, I'm Mohamed Qureshi.
680 News Time 107. Baseball is mourning the loss of Hall of Famer and Dodgers great Tommy Lasorda. More from Sportsnet 590, The Fan's Andrew Nye.
Regarded by many as baseball's most popular ambassador, Lasorda spent 71 seasons in the Dodgers organization, many of them as manager, the last 14 as special advisor. His wish to see the Dodgers win another World Series was fulfilled back in October when the Dodgers beat the Rays. Lasorda suffered a heart attack last night at his home and was pronounced at hospital less than an hour later. Tommy Lasorda was 93. I'm Andrew Nye.
And it looks like there are more cutbacks coming at Cineplex.
The country's biggest movie theater chain is parting ways with a company that operates the movie trivia app called Time Play. Cineplex had worked with Time Play for more than a decade, giving moviegoers an opportunity to test their cinematic knowledge while earning scene points and interacting with advertisements on the big screen before the movies. Sarah Van Lang, a representative for Cineplex, says the company was forced to make some tough decisions since the pandemic started. One of those is to reflect on business partnerships. Time Play is a separate company based in Toronto. It was available at 56 of Cineplex, more than 160 theaters across Canada. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
And on the way in just 30 seconds, we'll let you know if there's going to be some movement for the price of gas tonight.
680 News Time 109.
Your news now on your radio, online, and on your smart speaker.
Play 680 News.
First, your disability insurer denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insurer denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your employer threatens to fire you because you're too sick to work, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about up for legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
And now time for the 680 News gas price update. In process, price of gas is set to go up a penny at midnight to $1.10.9 a liter.
680 News Time 110.
Hi, Anthony Longo here. This year, we've all been craving comfort food, which is why we've made feeding your family more comfortable too. We'd love to see you in any one of our stores, but we can also have your groceries ready for pickup or delivered through Grocery Gateway. And if you're looking for prepared meals on nights that you'd rather not cook, you can order takeout at longos.com or find us on Uber Eats. For quality that meets your family's standards, no matter how you shop, trust ours, Longos.
Everybody's looking for a change right now, dreaming of being able to pay for upgrades or renovations without taking on that financial burden. Just think about it. We renovated 3 years ago, but it still feels like there's a million things I'd like to do today. A Flexi line by Capital Direct allows you to manage your resources more effectively. Whether you could use $50,000 or $1.5 million.
I need $1.5 million in cash right now. All $5 bills. All.
Je me souviens de ça. Oui, aussi, François. Hein? Bon, vous aviez vraiment l'air de bambin, là.
Oui, c'est les
Vous aviez 25 ans, mais on aurait dit que vous en aviez 15.
Ben, je suis un personnage de 17 ans.
C'est ça. Mais ça, c'est votre casting en tant qu'acteur.
Ben oui.
Toute votre vie, vous avez joué plus jeune.
Je présenterai un jour ma mère. C'est pas de ma faute.
À l'affaire de ça, c'est ça. Oui, c'est ça. Évidemment, c'est le rôle de Pete dans Chambre en Ville qui a fait de vous une star et même un métro-star.
Et ce qui est particulier, c'est que un mois, j'avais pas ces auditions, mais quand ils m'ont dit, bon, c'est un rôle de Pete, pendant un mois, j'ai hésité. Avant.
Voyons, pourquoi?
Parce que on fait tous des...
Any delay there. Southbound 404, there's a collision south of Major Mackenzie. It's on the right shoulder. Now, this has forced the closure of the eastbound Major Mackenzie ramp to the southbound 404. That ramp is shut down. You can still get onto the southbound 404 from westbound Major Ave. Westbound 407, west of Huron, Ontario, the two right lanes are closed for construction. Both the north and southbound Huron, Ontario ramps to the westbound 407 are also closed. And a delay on the northbound 427 as you head into the long-term construction. Busy from the 407 to the Highway 7 ramp. We did drive on the Gardner both into and out of downtown. No problems on the QEW. Get the latest breaking news and important updates that are affecting your communities and our country every night with City News at 6 and 11, only on City TV. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
One of the colder days we've had in a while.
Bother putting on
high
a
of
1 hour
-3,
news
but
show?
earlier this morning fell into the minus teens across the
GTA.
So we have a few cloudy periods tonight, staying mainly clear, lows near -6. Mainly sunny for Saturday. A little bit of cloud may be hanging on through the day, so it will be a filtered sun. Highs near 0 and overnight low near -6. Our guaranteed high today, -3. We've got lots of beautiful sunshine right across the GTA, and slowly but surely the temperature is creeping up there. It's -5 at Pearson, -4 downtown. 680 news time, 1:13.
Now the dynamic funds market minute. Let's check in at the business center. How are things shaping up, Chris?
Well, we've got a mixed picture right now, Steve, but we did see all-time highs on both sides of the border fairly early in the session. That was despite disappointing jobs data on both sides of the border. So the Dow, the lone holdout still, it has not hit an all-time high today after closing at a record yesterday. It's down 97. The S&P and the NASDAQ did hit records. The S&P up by 7, the NASDAQ higher by 84. Now the TSX hit an all-time high again today. It closed at a record yesterday and saw an all-time high for the first time in almost a year. So right now it's down 36 points, 17,990. The big reason for this, we've got gold off by $70, 18.43. Oil is higher by about $1, 51.79. And the Canadian dollar down 15,100, 78.66 cents US. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
The greatest investment tip ever? Start building a plan with a financial advisor today. Learn more about the value of advice at Dynamic.
Je suis pas dans le futur, je suis là et c'est ma vie, être dans le présent. La nostalgie, peut-être, mais pas ça, c'est d'être, et je vis ce qu'il y a de particulier, je vis profondément à l'instant présent. Il y a des gens qui font de la méditation, alors moi, dans mon énervement apparent, parce que je suis pas nerveux intérieurement, je suis présent, je suis là, à l'instant même.
Il y a des gens qui payent cher là, pour obtenir un minimum une ah, François. Vous, François, êtes-vous dans le présent?
De temps en temps. Quand même, pas toujours.
Hey, kids about it, minimum.
Chaque fois que j'entends quelqu'un qui dit, ouais, il y a ça à faire, il y a ça à faire, il y a ça à faire. Non. Il y a ceci à faire maintenant.
C'est le secret du bonheur selon
je sais pas les livres de psychopathe.
C'est
ça. Alors, présent.
Votre devise, Francis?
Je suis capable tout seul. Ah bon? C'est vraiment ça. Depuis que je suis petit, j'arrête pas de dire à ma mère, tout le monde est capable tout seul. C'est pas vrai. C'est pas vrai que je suis capable tout seul, mais j'ai toujours pensé que j'étais capable tout seul. Alors, je veux réparer des choses, je suis capable tout seul, je brise la chose. Tout ce que j'entreprends, je suis capable tout seul, mais je regarde des gars. Sauf que j'ai cette profonde impression que je suis capable tout seul. Alors, c'est moi, ça. Oui. Aussi bêtement, alors j'en ai brisé des lavabos, j'en ai brisé des réfrigérateurs, j'ai brisé plein de choses, j'ai brisé des pièces, des meubles, j'ai brisé, probablement j'ai fait des erreurs en animant, j'ai fait des erreurs dans mes rapports humains, mais je suis capable de ça.
Est-ce que vous pourrez s'en aller aujourd'hui, finalement, puis vous laisser tout seul?
Non, parce que justement, je suis un gars de gang, mais je sais bien. Je suis le contraire de ça.
680 News listener line. Please leave your comment that may be used in there now.
Clouds do not filter sunlight. Sunglasses do. Clouds diffuse sunlight. And this is why there is a higher measurable amount of UV light on cloudy days than there is on clear days. Have a nice day, you fucking retards.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Second situation as well after the team held 16 players at a state company.
In your time here on this Friday. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Take care.
You as well. That is Clayton Gillis, who is the president of the Halton Regional Police Association, giving us some further details to the story that Global News has, as you heard, confirmed that Police Chief Halton Police Chief Steve Tanner, just the latest public official discovered to be on vacation during the second wave of the pandemic. We'll get a break and we're back with more here on Global News Radio 642.
If you're accused of a criminal offense, including those that arise from a high-conflict divorce, you need a highly experienced criminal defense lawyer. I'm Joseph Newberger, a certified specialist in criminal law. I've dedicated my career to protecting your rights. If you're charged, you don't need to go through this difficult time alone. Newberger and Partners are here to guide you every step of the way. Contact us for a consultation at 416-364-3111 or go to nrlawyers.com. That's nrlawyers.com.
Plan to improve Ontario's healthcare system. You can always count on your local pharmacist to keep you healthy and safe. We're ready to serve you on the front lines, ready to innovate.
But you won't fucking ask for the right to write prescriptions when you're supposed to.
And we're ready for what's next. Ontario Pharmacists
That's most of
Association.
the products. Oh, you can buy that off series. No, that's got sodium and sweeteners in it. I can't take that at all. First of all, it's 220 milligrams of sodium. It's mixed with salt. It makes more or less, not more. Sweeteners set off to try to get them around.
Challenging, but ZipRecruiter
Why are you
makes
putting
it fast
sweeteners
and
in a
easy.
pill that you
Reach out to
don't
Monica
chew?
Starks, who
Why are
needed
you
to hire
putting
her lead for a role
sweeteners
at her
in a
company.
painkiller that you swallow without letting it touch your tongue?
Finding the right people.
I'm going to ask again, why is there a case of adultery in something that does not touch your tongue?
Technology identifies the right people for your job and actively invites
That was
them to
5 years ago. You didn't help me.
ZipRecruiter for
Now you're
free
running
at
ads.
ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. Monica did.
You could have done anything with that money. You could have taken refresher courses. Anything.
I had a career breakthrough. I would have never found this job if it wasn't for ZipRecruiter.
Traditional Chinese medicine. The doctor says this is what's wrong with you. The medicine practitioner says this is the medicine for that ailment.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality
Doctors do not study drugs at all.
The smartest way to hire.
None.
And now you can try
There's
ZipRecruiter
no
for free.
part of the
That's
7 years called
at
drugs.
ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada.
What happens when you sleep well? You train well. You focus well. You eat well.
Of course, pharmacists stand there with no mask on, bare hands, touching
It all
drugs.
starts with better sleep. And that
You can see the
begins with
thick line of resident. It's a
the
metal
new
plate
year, new
like
you
this.
event is on now. Get great deals
And in
on
the
all
corner
your
of
sleep
it, the
essentials,
room,
like
there's all
mattresses,
fucking all
bedding,
different
and
drugs and
pillows.
shit. They're just
Our
throwing
sleep
all the
experts
stuff
are
on
online
top
at
of it.
sleepcountry.ca.
Why are you
You
touching
wake up
my
to better
fucking
sleep.
pillows?
Sleep well, stay
You're
well.
not supposed to touch
Sleep
any of it.
Country.
No, it's not about wearing gloves.
And we're here
For
today
you.
with a Voila customer.
You're touching somebody's pills. You're touching a different type of pill with the same gloves. You just cross
On time with
contaminated.
everything you actually order.
You just gave somebody an antibiotic shot.
Obviously.
You order with Voila every Sunday, all while
Oh,
wearing
you can't tell
pajama
them, but you
pants,
can't
bunny
tell them,
slippers,
but
and
you
holding
can't
a
tell
mug
them
that says,
difference.
I'm not a regular mom.
You smoke marijuana, therefore you cannot smell that my house smells like shit.
It's fresh, it's reliable. It's Voila
Tell
by
me it
Sobeys.
smells like shit.
Your
Well, it
groceries
smells like
delivered
what?
just like that. Try it online at voila.ca. See website for details. At Walmart, prices are always low. That's why you can save $2 on a pack of Deli Express bacon. Now only $2.
Deli Express.
There when you needed it.
To the whole
邀全球各界人士參與拍攝短片，30秒內用不同方式講出你嘅抗疫心聲，送上新一年嘅期盼及祝福。
將你嘅短片電郵到。
For extra credit, I would say, I'm pretty sure it's a Korean word. but I might be
We
wrong.
get hiring results.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada.
680 news time, 1:21.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones. And here's Carrie Prunskis.
Okay, we now have 2 stalled vehicles on the eastbound 401. Another one just now on the eastbound 401 approaching Kiel in the Express. And it looks like the right lane is blocked there. So a bit of a delay just east of the 400 in the Express. Then eastbound 401 east of Brimley in the Express. The left lane blocked with another stalled vehicle. And a minor delay heading past that problem. It bunches up just east of Kennedy in the Express. Westbound on the 401 moving well, but watch out for a stalled vehicle on the ramp to Dixie. The right lane blocked. That is a stalled transport truck. It's being hooked up to a heavy tow. Just got an update from the MTO. The eastbound Major Mackenzie ramp to the southbound 404. That has now reopened. So that problem cleared southbound 404 south of Major Mackenzie. Northbound 427, that's heavy from the 407 onto the Highway 7 ramp. And we have a couple of ramp closures for the 407 westbound. North and southbound here, Ontario ramps to the westbound 407. They're closed for bridge repairs. And watch out for those crews westbound 407 west of here, Ontario. They're working in the 2 right lanes. Your next traffic report is at 1:31. Now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
It was a cold start to this Friday, but we'll have sunshine and near seasonal conditions for the afternoon. Cloudy periods tonight, lows near -6, a wind chill of -12. Mainly sunny Saturday, a bit of high cloud hanging on, so we won't get into all of that blue sky, but it will be a fairly sunny day, filtering through the cloud and warm, highs near 0. Overnight lows Saturday near -6, so a cooler start again on Sunday, but sun and cloud and near -1 for a daytime high. The guaranteed high today, -3.
Right now, beautiful sunshine right across the GTA. Still a cool one, though. We warmed up to -4 downtown, -5 at Pearson, feeling like -8. 680 news time, 1:23.
Being a new mom isn't easy. But hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just one drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D drops, the sunshine vitamin in just one drop.
680
4%. That's what the Chinese government
With Laura
expects.
Carney and Rich Berg.
Weekday mornings at 5 on 680 News.
Ask for us on your smart speaker.
And this portion of 680 News is brought to you today by Prudent Financial. Well, Global Affairs Canada says it is not aware of any Canadians being involved in the storming of Capitol Hill in Washington earlier this week. That from a department
We didn't even
spokesman
think
is
that.
to
Whoa,
680
whoa,
News
30
today.
million people just
While
wait,
there is
what?
no official confirmation of any Canadian breaching security at the Capitol, Canadian flags were spotted in the pro-Trump rally outside the building, and members of the right-wing group Proud Boys, which was originally founded in Canada, actually attended the rally as well. Now, security experts say they wouldn't be surprised if Canadian authorities are in contact with their American counterparts as law enforcement tries to identify those involved. You're listening to Toronto's only all-news radio station. This is 680 News. Turns out Roku is buying the content library of the short-lived streaming service Quibi. Quibi raised $1.75 billion from investors to produce shows that were released in roughly 10-minute increments. But it stepped into a market already saturated with free content from YouTube, TikTok, and other platforms, and Quibi ended up shutting down at the end of last month. Roku has begun piling up some of the content they say for their free Roku channel. Well, coming up, though, in just 60 seconds, we have got a winning streak for shares in one company today. We will tell you which one that is coming up with Chris McCusker in 60 seconds.
Your roof sprung a leak. Water came through, shorted out the furnace, the radiator too.
If you need money now, I mean right now, Prudent Financial has been there for you since 1984.
If you need money in a hurry, PrudentFinancial.net. Get money quick, just one click. PrudentFinancial.net.
If you own your car or your home, get a loan. Borrow up to $75,000 in less than an hour. Self-employed, no proof of income, that's okay.
PrudentFinancial.net.
Toronto fans are fired up because January 13th, the Leafs are back on Sportsnet. And this season, what do the fans say?
Brody, Bogosian, Simmons. He just got tough.
Might even say truculent.
We got Jumbo Joe.
Wait till you hear what they think about their rivals.
The price is wrong.
There's no love lost between some rivals.
Battle of Ontario, it's on.
It's on Sportsnet. Puck drops January 13th. Sportsnet.
680 News Time, 1:26. Time now for the 680 News Business Report. We're going to check into the Business Center with Chris McCusker. Now, Chris, earlier this week you were telling us about Elon Musk and how he has now become the wealthiest individual in the world, especially with the fact that his company has just gone gangbusters when it comes to his stock. And you are looking at Tesla stock today, and wow, it continues to go up.
Yeah, another all-time high. And Steve, if you're keeping track, it's now higher for an 11 straight days. So Tesla up by 7.4%. Another upgrade for this stock today, hitting another all-time high, 884.49. I'm also going to point out here that Tesla's market cap is at $830 billion. That is higher than Facebook at $754 billion. So that stock providing a lift to parts of Wall Street. Now, we did see records for the S&P and the NASDAQ. Disappointing jobs data in the U.S. today, but that in turn is bolstering hopes for more stimulus. So the S&P holding on to a gain. It's up by 7. The NASDAQ up by 28. And the Dow, which closed at a record yesterday, has not seen an all-time high today. And right now it's down by 167 points. On Bay Street, the TSX did hit an all-time high and then ran out of steam. It's Friday. It's been a long week. Right now, the TSX is down 61 points, 17,966. It is looking at a winning week, though, up by about 3%. A 7-month streak of job gains in Canada's labor market appears to be over. The loss of more than 62,000 jobs in December. Now, most were part-time. The loss is widely expected given the new lockdowns we have seen in parts of Canada. Avery Schenfeld is chief economist at CIBC.
It is true that we managed to keep some things open and rejig the way work is done so that people are a little more distant from each other at some workplaces or working from home. That's certainly been an accomplishment. And all the government stimulus has prevented the job losses in sectors that were hit by COVID from spreading into the entire rest of the economy. So that's been the plus. But make no mistake, the level of unemployment we're at now, even after all the improvement we had since the spring, would be typically where we are at the bottom of a recession. So we still have a long way to go to get back to labor market health.
The Canadian dollar right now is down 0.3 cents, 78.5 cents US. Gold is looking at its biggest one-day drop in 2 months, right now off by $78 to $18.36. It's on track for its first weekly loss in 6 weeks. And then oil is higher by 86 cents, $51.69 a barrel. I'm Chris McCusker. This is 680 News.
Hi, I'm Adam, founder of NewBorrow.com, and I started our company after I got fed up with the mortgage loan process. Turns out I wasn't alone. Thousands of homeowners wanted help.
They went above and beyond to help me get a line of credit. It was amazing service.
They treated me like a valued client and outperformed anyone I spoke to. Want to lower your mortgage payments and save a little money?
Use your home to get a loan with NewBorrow. Visit NewBorrow.com. License code 3115.
Scott McGilvery here. I started my career renovating basements, so I know how important it is to keep those floors warm. On my projects, I use DMX One Step 2.0. This easy-to-install underlayment works with most vinyl or laminate floors and requires no power tools, making it perfect for DIY installers. Even better, the air gap design creates a thermal break, making floors up to 6 degrees warmer than the concrete floor below. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold. Find it at the Home Depot.
And Denise Andriacci's forecast for the day today. That sunshine is going to continue. It's going to be a cool one. Guaranteed high of -3. 680 News weather guaranteed jackpot, by the way, is now standing at $23,800. And right now in downtown Toronto, a few clouds, -4, feeling like -7. Michael Gibbons is the midday show editor. James Mackin is at the digital desk. Amber LeBlanc is our news director. The 680 News Time at those double tones, 1:30.
Number one for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Sarah Ferris and Steve Robert. Good afternoon. This is Friday, the 8th of January. For Sarah, I'm Irene Krecklick.
And here's what's making news this hour.
Ringing the alarm bells at Queen's Park as COVID cases top 4,200.
We're in a desperate situation.
680 News has learned the Ford cabinet is meeting discussing potentially new lockdown measures.
It's the lifeline as we look toward an end to the COVID-19 pandemic, but the province says Ontario will soon run out of vaccines if more don't arrive soon, with some GTA hospitals already out of shots.
A rally and march through downtown Toronto with family members of the victims of Flight PS 752. This event marking 1 year since the plane was shot down, killing dozens of Canadians, among others.
When Joe Biden gets inaugurated as the next U.S. president on January 20th, I'll give you one guess as to who won't be there. Donald Trump says he's not going.
Baseball loses one of the all-time greats. Tommy Lasorda has died, and COVID scares for the Blue Jackets and Stars. Sports at 45.
Records on May and Wall Street today, despite disappointing jobs data on both sides of the border, and gold sees its biggest one-day drop in 2 months. Business at 56.
680 News Time, 1:31.
That is time for 680 News. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prenskus.
This report is brought to you by TSC. Eastbound on the 401 approaching Kiel in the Express. The right lane is blocked because of a stalled vehicle, so traffic is slow going from just east of the 400 in the Express. And we had a stalled vehicle east of Brimley in the Express blocking the left lane. That has cleared. Now in the exact same spot,
East of Brindley in the Express, the right lane is now blocked, and that is due to a stalled truck, a totally separate vehicle that stalled out in the same spot. So eastbound on the 401, it's heavy, again, from Kennedy to east of Brindley in those express lanes. Westbound on the 401, the stalled vehicle on the ramp to Dixie, that has been removed. So no problems right now on the westbound 401 across the GTA. And a reminder that the eastbound Major Mackenzie ramp to the southbound 404, that has reopened. Just had a couple of calls from traffic spotters in Whitby. 2 collisions now. There's a crash at Highway 2 and Thixon, partially blocking that intersection. Lots of emergency crews on that scene. And another collision reported eastbound on Taunton, approaching Broad Street, the left lane blocked there. Help rejuvenate your skin and hair with Beauty Bio's Glow Pro Face and Scalp Microneedling Set. Get it at TSC tomorrow and save big. Shop tsc.ca, today's shopping choice. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
A sunny Friday afternoon for the GTA, hanging on to that high pressure too through the weekend. Just a few cloudy periods overnight tonight as we fall to -6. It's going to feel like -12, so a chillier start to Saturday. But through the day, our temperatures will stabilize. And this afternoon, our guaranteed high is pretty seasonal, -3.
And right now in downtown Toronto, we got some sunshine and -4, feeling like -7 with the wind. It's -6, feeling like -11. Under Pearson, 680 News Time, 1:33.
Desperate times. That's what Premier Doug Ford is calling the situation in this province as the number of COVID-19 cases continue to shatter records. 4,269 new cases in this province today. 450 of those actually from 2 days ago because of a delay in data from Toronto Public Health.
And 680's Richard Southern joining us live now from Queen's Park with more on the Premier's passionate plea. Richard.
Well, Steve, it certainly was a passionate plea indeed. The Premier sounding, I think, as most panicked as we've heard him throughout the pandemic. With more than 4,200 cases today, Ford said matters are quickly unraveling, and he signaled a further crackdown is on the way.
We're in a desperate situation, and when you see the modeling, you'll fall off your chair. Everything is on the table right now. There will be further measures because this is getting out of control. We have to do whatever it takes. And again, I know I say it all the time, but everything is on the table right now.
Sources tell 680 News the Premier did meet with his cabinet this morning, and we've learned that they did discuss further lockdown measures. We don't know what, if anything, they settled on, but Dr. Barbara Yappy says something needs to happen now.
We don't want more people dying. We don't want the ICUs overwhelmed. We don't want morgues overwhelmed. And I know we don't want to scare people, but on the other hand, I think there's too much complacency.
Critics, though, like NDP leader Andrea Horwath, say, why doesn't the Premier release the modeling data today, and why doesn't the Premier act today to do more?
I don't want to wait till Tuesday to fall off my chair when I learn about what the modeling shows. We don't want to wait till Tuesday. If there's information that'll, have people's jaws dropping and falling off their chairs, then Ontarians deserve that information now.
Reporting live at Queen's Park, Richard Southern, 680 News.
And also today, the province confirming we are running out of vaccines, saying we could be out of the Pfizer shot by the end of next week. 680's Leah Johansson is on that part of the story and joins us live with more. Leah.
Yeah, that's right. The Premier doubling down on calls to Health Canada to get moving on giving the green light to more vaccine options.
We're just waiting for the vaccines. We're in desperate need. So Health Canada, please approve AstraZeneca, and that will help us out tremendously.
The University Health Network says they will exhaust their supply today with 3,000 vaccination appointments currently booked at the hospital over the next 3 days each. Now, Canada's top doctor says more vaccines are on the way, with more than 208,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine expected to be delivered weekly for the rest of the month.
As we wait for our place in the vaccine queue, let's continue to support those who need to be protected most urgently.
This comes as Health Canada says there have been no reports of any unexpected side effects in patients so far from either the Pfizer or Moderna shot. Reporting live, I'm Leah Johansson.
680 News Time, 1:36. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of the Iranian military shooting down a commercial plane full of people, dozens of which were Canadians. Now, 680's Mark Douglas is joining us live now from the University of Toronto's downtown campus, where a rally mark is scheduled to take place. And that rally is going to be starting in about half an hour, Steve. Never forget, never forgive is the slogan on the back of the sweaters being worn by the organizers here. This march beginning right here at Convocation Hall at U of T, again, marking 1 year since flight PS 752 was shot down. At least 55 Canadians killed when that Ukrainian international airplane's flight crashed, and there were well over another 100 or so people killed who had close connections to Canada, including permanent residents and a large number of students and researchers. Now, multiple rallies are being held around Canada and the world at different universities. Now, this particular rally is being organized and led by the Association of Families of Flight PS 752 Victims. It's beginning here at Convocation Hall, again at 2 o'clock. Participants will be marching over to City Hall later on. Family members of the victims will, of course, be here, and the public is very much welcome to take part. Everyone is also invited to use the hashtag #IWillLightACandle2. Reporting live at U of T, I'm Mark Douglas.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. South of the border, when Joe Biden is sworn in as U.S. president, there will be a notable absence. 680's Moment Qureshi is following that story and joins us live with an explanation. Moment.
Irene, when Joe Biden gets sworn in as the president on January 20th, I'll give you one guess as to who won't be there. That's right, it should come to nobody's surprise that Donald Trump says he is not going. Now, for historical context, there have only been 3 living presidents who have been alive to see their successor take power that have not attended inauguration. John Adams and his son, John Quincy Adams, and for reference, they were the 2nd and 6th presidents of the United States. So that's a long, long time ago. And the last time it happened was 152 years ago when Andrew Johnson didn't attend the inauguration of Ulysses Grant because Grant wouldn't let him ride in the same carriage to the inauguration. So he said, screw it, I'm not going, and stayed at the White House. Now, this move is not going over well with Texas Congressman Al Green, who says, what happened to the peaceful transfer of power?
This is not aiding and abetting the peaceful transfer of power. This is aiding and abetting people who would prevent and thwart the peaceful transfer of power.
Now, we do know that Vice President Mike Pence says he will be at the inauguration, as will past Presidents George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama. Reporting live, I'm Moment Qureshi.
Coming up, we'll check on where the price at the pumps is going.
680 News Time, 1:39.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's something you hear a lot this time of year. Making space in your life is what a new year is for. Get a fresh start in your home and your life with Access Storage. For the safe place to store the belongings you love but don't have space for. Access Storage can be your resolution solution with flexible and affordable storage options and more than 100 convenient locations in Ontario. Get on with your new year. Access Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free. Visit accessstorage.ca.
Now, the 680 News gas price update. Enpro predicts the price will rise 1 cent at midnight to $1.10.9 a liter at most GTA stations. 680 News Time, 1:40.
And we're here today with a Voila customer.
Hello.
Who just got groceries delivered from Voila by Sobeys.
That's right.
On time with everything you actually ordered?
Always.
Guaranteed fresh produce.
Obviously.
You order with Voila every Sunday, all while wearing pajama pants, bunny slippers, and holding a mug that says, I'm not a regular mom, I'm a cool mom.
I thought we weren't going to talk about that. It's fresh, it's reliable. It's Voila by Sobeys. Your groceries delivered just like that. Try it online at voila.ca. See website for details.
Every day in Canada, 3,000 mortgages renew. Important announcement. If your mortgage renews in the next 90 days, contact butlermortgage.ca. 1.38% 5-year fixed rate at renewal. No gimmicks, no fees. It's the same mortgage as your bank. If you qualify, you save thousands. 1.38% 5-year fixed mortgage rate at butlermortgage.ca.
License number 12118. High ratio fixed rate APR of 1.39%.
680 News Time, 1:41. Time for 680 News. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prenskus.
This report is brought to you by Canadian Blood Services. Eastbound on the 401, approaching Kiel in the Express, the right lane is partially blocked because of this Stalled truck. There is a heavy tow on the scene, and delays in this area have eased. It's not too bad now on the eastbound 401 east of the 400 in the Express. And we also have a stalled vehicle eastbound 401 east of Brimley in the Express. The right lane blocked there, but those delays have eased as well. It's not too bad now on the eastbound 401 heading through Scarborough. Westbound on the 401, that's lightly traveled, making your way across the GTA, and that's running problem-free as well. Northbound on the 427, that's busy from the 407 onto the Highway 7 ramp. And we still have a couple of ramp closures for the 407 westbound. No access to that route from north or southbound here, Ontario. Those ramps to the west 407 remain closed for bridge repairs. And on city streets in Whitby, eastbound on Taunton, approaching Broad Street, the left lane blocked with a collision. And traffic spotters also reporting a crash at Highway 2 in Thixon. That intersection is partially blocked. A message from Canadian Blood Services. Join the fight against COVID-19 by donating plasma. If you tested positive for the virus and recently recovered, register now at blood.ca/help. And now with the forecast, here's Denise Henriachi.
A nice stretch of weather for the GTA with that sunshine back in the forecast. The sun cloud mix today and all weekend long. We are mainly sunny Saturday, but we'll have some high cloud hanging on, so it won't be a full blue sky tomorrow, but still very comfortable and lovely out there. Warm. Highs near 0. The average high this time of year is closer to -2. For Sunday, sun and cloud, highs near -1. The guaranteed high today, -3.
Right now, downtown, we're sitting at -4. It's -5 at Pearson. We've got lots of sunshine, but the wind chill making it feel more like -8. 6:80 news time, 1:43. Time now for the Dynamic Funds Market Minute, live from the Business Center. And good afternoon, Chris McCusker.
Well, Irene, we've got a bit of a chill on markets as it stands right now. We did see all-time highs on both sides of the border, with the exception of the Dow. Markets now in the red. There is a report that a West Virginia senator, his name is Joe Manchin, is running to oppose further direct aid payments, which is denting hopes for another sweeping spending bill or stimulus in the U.S. So the Dow right now is down by 240 points, the S&P off by 6, the NASDAQ down 28. The TSX hit an all-time high today. Now it's lower by 88 points, 17,938. Although the big problem for Bay Street today, gold is now down $80, 18.32. Oil higher by 85 cents, 51.68. And the Canadian dollar down by a third of a cent, 78.48 cents U.S. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Markets are changing more than ever. A financial advisor can help address your evolving portfolio needs. Speak to a financial advisor and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
When 680 News listeners are on the road, they like to save time and stay safe. And that's why 407 ETR chooses 680 News to connect with drivers.
Hi, my name is Kevin Sack, and I'm the Vice President of Communications and Marketing at 407 ETR, the toll road that gets people where they need to be on time.
Why advertise on 680 News specifically?
The programming of the station that occurs every hour of the day is what drives people to listen to the station, and also hear news about breaking traffic and weather. And we know that's an important place for drivers to go. We know that if we put our message there, it's going to be heard.
407 ETR has been on 680 News for many years. You obviously have a long-term marketing strategy.
Many new drivers join the GTA every year. And as new audiences come on board, they're going to 680 News for their information, and we want to be a part of that. It often reminds me of the way the highway functions: fast, safe, and reliable.
Get 680 News working for you. Visit 680ads.com.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
Hey, it's -4, but feeling like -7 with mostly sunny skies. Good afternoon. I'm Irene Precklin. Here are the top stories this hour. Ontario reporting 4,249 new COVID-19 cases. 450 of those due to a data glitch of older numbers from Toronto, but we're still looking at a 7-day average of more than 3,300 cases a day. Premier Doug Ford says this is getting out of control, calling the situation desperate, pleading with people to follow the rules. Ford also calling on the federal government to secure more doses of vaccine as some GTA hospitals with clinics run out. And it was a year ago today, Iran shot down a plane with 176 people on board, including dozens of Canadians, many from the GTA. Outdoor rallies are taking place in various cities today, including Toronto, with one set to start from the U of T downtown campus at 2 o'clock. o'clock. And it is time now for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan, Andrew Nye.
Irene, the Dallas Stars will have their schedule revised and likely won't start their season before January 19th due to 6 players and 2 staff members testing positive for COVID-19. Meanwhile, as a precaution, the Columbus Blue Jackets kept 16 players off the ice today. An update from the league still to come. Pierre Engvall continues to play third-line center for the Maple Leafs with Alex Kerfoot missing his 3rd straight workout. Leafs play their blue and white game tomorrow night at 7 on Sportsnet and Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Devils goalie Corey Crawford has taken an indefinite leave of absence due to personal reasons. While the Raptors prepare to play the Sacramento Kings tonight at 10, the team they played Monday, the Boston Celtics, will be without 3 players for at least a week. Robert Williams has reportedly tested positive for COVID and is asymptomatic. Tristan Thompson and Grant Williams out for contact tracing. And one of baseball's greatest personalities, Hall of Famer and longtime Dodgers manager Tommy Lasorda, has died at the age of 93. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
How can you do your part to keep Toronto sidewalks clear of ice and snow this winter? Easy. Make sure to shovel the area in front of your home or business within 12 hours of a snowfall. And clear enough space for people to physical distance. And make sure you don't throw snow on the roads. And finally, treat yourself to a nice warm cup of cocoa. That last one's optional. But I'd highly recommend it. Get to know the plan for snow at toronto.ca/snow.
We all know family and friends have been recommending Capital Direct for years, and now with the advent of FlexiLine or a traditional equity loan, your options are even better. Compared to the banks these days, Capital Direct's lending criteria are less strict. Whether you could use $50,000 or $1.5 million, your money could be in your bank account within days. Rates are near record lows, so call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL to see what's available for you. CapitalDirect.ca.
680 News Time, 1:48.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has made his strongest statement yet on the storming of Capitol Hill earlier this week in Washington, pointing the finger of blame squarely at President Trump and his team. 680's Cormac McSweeney has more.
In the wake of the chaos, violence, and death in Washington, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau not mincing words.
What we witnessed was an assault on democracy by violent rioters, incited by the current president and other politicians.
Trudeau didn't mention President Trump by name as he blamed him for the events in D.C. The Prime Minister has typically avoided direct criticisms of Trump, but has now thrown that practice aside. Trudeau also noting democracy is resilient and extremists will not succeed in overruling the will of the people. He adds Canadians should reflect on all of this and that the words of politicians have consequences. The NDP has been calling for the Canadian-founded right-wing group Proud Boys to be designated a terrorist organization after their involvement in the rally. The Prime Minister says those decisions are made based on the advice of security agencies. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
And NBC News is reporting the man believed to be the one who sat at a desk of U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office during those riots has been arrested in Arkansas. Richard Barnett has been charged with entering and remaining on restricted grounds, violent entry, and theft of public property. Coming up, we'll see how we're doing on the roads as well as a check on the weekend weather.
680 News Time, 1:50.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Primucci. Next time you order, try our charcoal-infused pizza and enjoy a lighter and airier pizza experience. It may just become your new go-to favorite. Think Italian and taste the difference.
This winter, you have a choice between 2 extremes, staying in hibernation mode or enjoying X mode in a Subaru. X mode will have you taking on winter with extreme traction. Hibernation mode will have you taking on a fridge full of leftovers. X mode to power through winter's toughest conditions and deep snow. Hibernation mode to power through a tub of ice cream and a family-sized pizza. For breakfast, choose your setting.
Bring on winter in a Subaru. Hurry now and contact your local Subaru dealer for our Winter On bonus.
680 News Time, 1:51.
That is time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prenskus.
This report is brought to you by Diamond and Diamond Lawyers. Eastbound on the 401, it's busy as you head past Mississauga Road, but it opens up after that, and it's a smooth drive across the city. Just watch out for a stalled vehicle eastbound on the 401 approaching Keele and the Express. The right lane is partially blocked. The stalled vehicle east of Brimley and the Express, that's been removed, so no longer any problems there. And we have a great drive on the westbound 401 across the GTA. Northbound on the 427, that's busy on the ramp to Highway 7. The 427 is still closed from Highway 7 to Zenway, and that is for long-term construction. Westbound 407, both the north and southbound here Ontario ramps to the westbound 407, they remain closed. That is all for bridge repairs. And on city streets in Whitby, traffic spotters reporting a collision eastbound on Taunton approaching Brock Street. It's blocking the left lane. And another collision reported at the intersection of Highway 2 and Thixon. That's partially blocked in all directions. If insurance companies have high-priced lawyers fighting for them, who's fighting for you? Find out why there's nothing tougher than a diamond. Call 1-800-567-HURT for your free consultation. And now with the extended forecast, here's Denise Andriachi.
It was a cold morning, but near seasonal as we move through the afternoon, guaranteed high of -3. Sunshine today as that high pressure has moved into the region. We have just a few cloudy periods tonight near -6, a wind chill of -12 overnight. So a frosty start to Saturday, but we're mainly sunny through the day. Highs near 0, overnight lows near -6. We'll have sun and cloud for Sunday and seasonal highs near -1. Your guaranteed high for today, -3.
It's sunny right now in downtown Toronto, and the temperature now of -3, feeling like -6 with a slight wind. Out of Pearson Airport, though, a little cooler, -6, feeling like -9. 680 News Time, 1:53.
Well, coming up at 2 o'clock, Ontario reporting 4,249 new COVID-19 cases. However, 450 of those result of a data glitch of older numbers from Toronto, but we're still looking at a 7-day average of more than 3,300 cases a day. Premier Doug Ford says this is getting out of control, calling the situation desperate. He is pleading with people to follow the rules.
If your furnace is broken, call Reliance Home Comfort 24/7 and we'll get there fast. Only Reliance has over 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can depend on us to put you first and take safety precautions. Need a great deal on a new one? Call now. Ask about our next day installation guarantee and get a $1,000 Visa gift card, plus a Google Nest thermostat when you buy a featured furnace. Need a great deal fast?
Call Reliance.
Conditions apply. Savings off our regular price. See website for details.
During extreme weather season, count on our weather experts and the 680 News Extreme Weather Center for all the latest on the storm.
And how to keep you and your family safe.
Road conditions, school cancellations, and the latest storm updates.
The 680 News Extreme Weather Center has you covered.
Brought to you by Subaru. Confidence in motion.
On your radio, online, and on your smart speaker.
This is 680 News.
The Mayor of London says hospitals could run out of beds in the next couple of weeks if the coronavirus continues its rapid spread through the British capital. Mayor Sadiq Khan says the rate of infection in London is shockingly high.
You'll be aware that across the country, on average, 1 out of 50 people have this virus. In London, on average, it's 1 out of 30. In parts of London, it's 1 out of 20.
Khan has declared a major incident for the city, which is defined as a situation that is beyond the scope of business as usual and that is likely to risk life and welfare. Still to come on 680 News, Bay Street runs out of steam.
680 News Time, 1:55.
You've been diagnosed with depression and can't work. Your insurer advises that your depression is not serious and denies your claim. What are you going to do? Who can you call? Call me, Aaron Waxman, at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees because there are none. At my law firm, my team of lawyers only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
Joker, the meteor is set to collide with our west coast in mere minutes. What do we do? Not to worry, Governor. I will simply fly around the Earth fast enough to reverse our polarity and turn back time. Joker away. You've only taken 3 steps. Here I go. You're basically standing still. Can the Toka help innocent citizens breathe easier? Probably not. Find out why at thetokaonline.ca.
680 News Time, 1:56.
That is time for the 680 News Business Report. Over to the Business Center and Chris McCusker. Chris. Irene, markets looking at gains this week and all-time highs on both sides of the border again today. Now the TSX trying for a fifth winning day. Right now it's down 61, 17,966. Still up by about 3% this week. The big problem today, we've got gold off by $76, $18.37. So shares in Canada's Lundin Mining down by 4.5%. That stock got at least one downgrade today. We do have oil higher by 91 cents, 51.74. And the Canadian dollar down by 1/4 cent, 78.56 cents US. Strength in the US dollar today. Now, the latest jobs data for December did show a loss of more than 62,000 jobs in Canada. Not surprising, but it's still the first month with a decline since April. At the same time, Canadian economists have been warning this week a slow vaccine rollout will impact economic growth going forward. Avery Schenfeld is chief economist at CIBC.
At this point, the first quarter does look like we're going to see an economic decline. That's not a huge surprise given the COVID flare-up. So there's more to do with that than the pace of the vaccines. Where the real challenge to our forecast would come is if we're not starting to get millions of Canadians vaccinated in the second quarter of the year. We'll certainly need to see that to meet the Prime Minister's pledge to have people who want vaccines getting them by the end of September.
They didn't ask you what it would take to meet his pledge. You already know.
Now, reports for the S&P and the NASDAQ today, disappointing jobs data, and then questions around a new round of stimulus. We are hearing a Democratic senator is opposed to a new round of checks. So markets off their highs for the day. The NASDAQ still higher. It's up 27. The S&P down 19 and the Dow off by 185. Shares in Apple at this moment, little changed. There was a report earlier today, the iPhone maker would team up with Hyundai on developing a self-driving car, but the car maker has since walked those reports back. I'm Chris McCusker. This is 680 News.
Kill off so many people with disease. Brag about it.
Being a new mom isn't easy.
Oh, we're so sorry we killed you off. But I'm still standing here.
Easy. Loving's easy.
Who'd you kill off if I'm still standing here?
And baby D-drops are easy too. Simply apply just one drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatric.
Nous aimons et prenons une pause pour nous ressourcer. Ici Isabelle Ménard, et de la part de toute l'équipe de l'émission à échelle humaine, je vous souhaite de joyeuses fêtes.
Ici Radio-Canada Première.
Ici Philippe Lagui. À la semaine prochaine commence l'année en présentant une série de sketchs regroupés par thème. Le public nous manque, nos invités nous visitent, la langue française, la culture et le sport. Poppy, poppy, poppy! Oui, samedi 11h, Maritime Midi.
Vous écoutez ici Radio-Canada Première. Au 860 AM, à Toronto. Du cœur aux idées.
Bonjour, ici Lynn Françoise Pelletier à Toronto. Il est 14h. Voici les informations. Le premier ministre de la situation dans la province n'a jamais été aussi grave depuis le début de la pandémie. Les autorités rapportent un autre record de nouvelles infections, soit 4 249. Un bilan qui comprend un ajustement de 450 cas dans les données. Le premier ministre promet des mesures additionnelles, sans toutefois les dévoiler. Corinne Côté-Paulette résume.
Le premier ministre ontarien est préoccupé plus que jamais par l'évolution du virus dans sa province.
If we don't have the cooperation of the people, this is going to get out of hand. I just can't stress it enough. Please, just follow the protocols.
Doug Ford supplie les Ontariens de respecter les mesures sanitaires. Il parle même d'une situation désespérée.
We're in a desperate situation.
Le président de l'Association des hôpitaux d'Ontario croit d'ailleurs que de nombreux établissements pourraient avoir recours au code orange dans les prochaines semaines. Ce code est normalement déclenché lors de désastres causant une arrivée massive. La médecin hygiéniste en chef adjointe de la province ne ménage pas ses mots non plus.
Today's numbers are To be frank, they are scary.
Les chiffres sont alarmants, dit la docteure Barbara Yaffe.
I want to start by saying how shocked I am.
L'opposition officielle tombe des nues, surprise de voir que le gouvernement n'annonce pas de nouvelles mesures pour freiner la propagation du virus. La chef néo-démocrate va même jusqu'à dire que le premier ministre devrait changer de conseiller. Une source haut placée a révélé à Radio-Canada que le médecin hygiéniste en chef de la province, le Dr David Williams, veut plus de temps pour évaluer l'impact du confinement actuel. Aucune recommandation ne sera présentée au cabinet avant la semaine prochaine. Ici, côté Paulette, Radio-Canada,
La propagation du virus n'épargne pas le nord de l'Ontario, qui connaît lui aussi des records de nouveaux cas de COVID-19. Pourtant, le vaccin développé par Pfizer-BioNTech se fait rare dans la région. Des communautés autochtones, toutefois, reçoivent leur première dose du vaccin de Moderna depuis hier. Le compte-rendu de Zachary Routier.
La première
Anybody on a res getting that vaccine, you're going to be booted off that res. You're shedding live virus, and you're not in India. If the vaccine works on you, it proves you're not in India because it's made with white people's blood. It can't work for us because it's not here to our fucking DNA.
Jeudi ses premières doses du vaccin développé par Moderna.
You don't know that. You don't know that. No, every fucking time this comes up in my life, I say the exact same thing. Move the doctor. Almost died. And nothing happens to the doctor.
BioNTech contre la COVID-19 qui est administré à certains employés des hôpitaux, des foyers de soins de longue durée et des maisons de retraite se fait rare dans le nord de l'Ontario. Seul le Centre régional des sciences de la santé de Thunder Bay a reçu des doses du vaccin à la fin décembre. Le premier ministre Doug Ford a renvoyé la balle fédérale. Il assure que lorsque la province aura davantage de vaccins, ils seront en route vers le nord. Cette déclaration survient alors que les bureaux de santé de la région font état de nombreux records de nouvelles infections de COVID-19 au cours des derniers jours. Ici, Zachary Routier, Radio-Canada, Sudbury.
Le premier ministre du Canada promet de faire tout en son pouvoir pour obtenir rapidement plus de doses de vaccins contre la COVID-19. Justin Trudeau rappelle toutefois que la distribution de certains vaccins représente des défis logistiques. Il assure que d'ici fin janvier, environ 1 300 000 doses seront livrées aux provinces et aux territoires. Les enfants qui présentent des complexités médicales et des problèmes de développement peuvent désormais avoir un test de dépistage de la COVID-19 dans 2 centres de Toronto. Les hôpitaux Holland-Bloorview et SickKids se sont associés pour offrir ce service. Les détails de Camille Faraisen.
Daphné Dipuccio a été soulagée de constater qu'elle pouvait emmener sa fille atteinte de paralysie cérébrale et d'autisme dans un centre de dépistage de la COVID-19 adapté à ses besoins spécifiques. Les hôpitaux de Holland-Bloorview et celui pour enfants malades de Toronto ont ouvert 2 centres pour les enfants présentant des complexités médicales et des problèmes de développement. Christia Kielty travaille dans l'un de ces centres.
Unless you've been pumping your kid full of vaccines their whole life, yeah, that's why your kids all fucked
par
up.
des spécialistes en pédiatrie qui savent vraiment comment gérer les symptômes des enfants, dit-elle. Par exemple, les enfants autistes nécessitent plus de temps pour faire le test et des ajustements. Et ceux qui ont une trachéotomie et présentent des symptômes doivent être gérés tout au long de la procédure.
The test you're trying to show them, they don't even see as a test, so they're not attempting to pass it or fail it.
Les 2 centres offrent aussi des tests de salive. Il est également possible d'obtenir un test depuis sa voiture sous une tente à l'hôpital pour enfants malades. Ici Camille Faraisen, Radio-Canada, Toronto.
They listen to other kids, but they don't listen to adults.
Donald Trump n'assistera pas à la cérémonie d'investiture de Joe Biden le 20 janvier. Le président sortant l'a annoncé sur Twitter. Un peu plus tôt aujourd'hui, il a reconnu que son mandat présidentiel toucherait à sa fin à cette date et il a réitéré sa promesse d'une transition ordonnée. Les démocrates pourraient
India and Mexico have all approved that shot. Dr. Teresa Thames says starting today, Health Canada will be releasing weekly updates of the shots.
These weekly reports on COVID-19 vaccine safety aim to provide Canadians with regular access to credible information.
What about the Mexican defense minister getting charged with trying to traffic drugs into the United States?
Vaccination for themselves and their families.
In today's report, no unexpected side effects from either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine have been listed.
Unexpected, but you didn't tell us how many people died,
680 News Time,
which is an expected side effect.
Happening now downtown, families of the victims of a commercial plane shot down over Iran are gathering for a rally on the one-year anniversary of the event. 680's Mark Douglas is at the University of Toronto campus and joins us live with more. Mark.
Irene, there's a sign here at this rally with the name and picture of every single person killed 1 year ago when flight PS 752 was shot down by Iran. Participants are going to hold these signs and carry them through downtown Toronto this afternoon. Some people are carrying the sign of their cousin, of their friend. This man is carrying the picture of a child killed on a flight, even though he has no connection to that boy.
No, he does. He does, obviously.
Yeah, Eric Lindbergh.
No direct
He
connection.
was from Sweden. I think he was 5. And he and all his family got killed on that plane. I thought it's a good thing to hold his sign because there's no family from a family member of them in Canada.
Now, we've already had about 200 participants, I would say, gathered here at the U of T downtown campus at Convocation Hall. Everyone is lining up now, getting ready to march across to First Queen's Park, because it is, of course, right beside the campus here, but then eventually down University Avenue, down to City Hall, where there's going to be some remarks made at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Just keep watch over everything and to clear a path down the roadway as people march. There's no violence. There's nothing like that happening here. This is
And he's only saying that because of what happened 2 days ago.
She's not really minced her words with this one.
Of this 1 year anniversary of this atrocious action by the military of Iran is being felt by everybody here. It's just hanging in the air. You can just feel how sad and how moved everybody is to be here and to be carrying these signs with these pictures and these names. Reporting live at U of T, I'm Mark Douglas.
You're listening to 680 News. It's now 2:08. U.S. President Donald Trump is going to make history once again, but this time for a slightly different reason.
Combat de mots. En pleine diffusion. Ah, Jean-Paul, c'est le retour du formidable segment.
Ride out the clock. And I also think that President-elect Joe Biden get involved either. You know, his focus has been very much on tackling the coronavirus pandemic and trying to unify the country. And I'm not quite sure if you want to go after President Trump, who still remains deeply popular in this very polarized nation.
And setting aside the moves towards impeachment, what about moves towards